Hello, hello. Is this thing on? Oh my goodness. Hold on, I have audio coming out my ears. Okay. Shouldn't be an echo. I open up Twitch to make sure that my sound is all working and everything at the beginning of stream because I have talked for like 30 minutes plus, more times than I would like to admit, when I was muted. So we are golden. We got a lot of stuff done this week. We got a lot of stuff to show off. We got stuff to build. We got stuff to build and also submit to Steam. I was going to submit this morning, but I was like, probably don't want to be working on it after I submit because I can't resubmit again for a while. I mean, you can, but we're gonna play today. We're gonna fix some stuff. There's a lot of broken stuff, so bear with me. But we will get stuff done. It's good to see everyone. It feels still like New Year's. I feel like I should be saying Happy New Year's or something. I see emojis exploding on the screen, but I don't know what event that was. Maybe OBS will tell me. A follow. Hey, Nova. Welcome on in. Thank you so much. We are just getting started. You just followed me on Twitter. I will give you a follow back there after the stream. Thanks. Yeah, we are getting into it. I'll show off everything that we've built this week. My hair is wild this week. Yeah, let's check up on this chat because Patrick destroyed everyone redeeming first. Like before I pressed go live on streaming and then went to go like post on Discord, post on all the socials, all that jazz. Before I'd even posted any of it, got the sound blaring in my ears of somebody redeeming it. So good job there. I'm sure you'll get it next time, Anthrax or Quentin. We'll see. But yeah, it's just about demo time. We've got some cool stuff. So best thing to do is just show it off, right? Aw, man. I meant to grab something before the stream. We'll grab it later. It's all good. I do have water here. I've got coffee. Let me catch my breath, figure out where we're going here. Just had some lunch. But, I mean, I don't know, these last like couple weeks have all kind of blended together because I've been heads down crunching on everything. So I think we had the new character model in place last week. I think I showed that off. We fixed some visual problems with it. It was like really blurry and stuff. But a big thing that I know wasn't in the game next week is our chat system. So it's still a single player game. Like you're not going to be seeing other people running around. However, you will be able to talk to other people playing the demo. And you'll be able to also link the items that you've crafted in chat. So you can share items, like they can see the item. They can't actually grab the item. But we have also improved the performance a lot. It was getting pretty darn rough, especially like as you get closer to this town. I've got the render distance down a little bit, but watch this. Howdy. Now, see, if you guys were playing too, you would see that message. So how cool is that? Somebody's been playing Path of Exile? Absolutely. I didn't quite steal the full channels that Path of Exile does, but especially when Path of Exile 2 came out, I was like, there's a lot of good stuff in here. So we've got some fun stuff. You can go ahead and open up your inventory. You can Control-Alt-Click whatever you want. It'll link it in chat so other people can see it as well. So anybody else playing, again, you can't see other people running around yet. But we also have a nice little feature of if you are the first person to discover any item for the first time. So we'll probably hit it here because I just reset the database a couple hours ago. But if we combine like flint and a dagger, we'll probably get like a flint dagger, I would imagine. But I would assume also nobody else has crafted a flint dagger. Oh, yep, we get an error. That's even better. As I said, we got some stuff to sort out. I know of this bug. Let's just try this again. It refunds the items for you. But let's see if we can get it a second time. But if we do craft, say, a flint dagger, it'll say that we are the first person to discover a spark dagger. So we get some lightning damage. We got attack speed. It's got stat requirements, damage, all that. And you can also see it. Like everybody else playing can hover over and be like, oh, you made that? Can I get that? Yeah, it should be pretty fun. That's a good segue into, we probably want to sort out this error sometime on stream today because it's a nasty one. I'll explain it later. Hopefully somebody has a solution. I've been thinking on it for like weeks on how we should do it. But you know, it's things are looking up. Oh yeah, we also have, I mean, obviously the new player, we've got new jump animations. We also have sounds now. I don't know. Let me make sure I have Unity's sound turned on. So if I turn this on, we've got background music. I think it's like 4 or 5 tracks. Some of them are from people. Some of them are from AI. But there's also sounds on like leveling up. There's animations on leveling up. We'll go ahead and hit this tree a bunch. See if we can level up while I talk. But hopefully we'll be able to see a nice animation. Maybe we need to look at the animations on harvesting as well. But also this system for discovering stuff also works when you are discovering stuff through like interacting with the world as well. So first person to punch a pine tree and discover pine needles. We were the first to discover pine needles, so works out. Right, we're not using a tool, so we're not getting any XP. So obviously we're not going to level anything up. Let's use scissors on the pine tree. There's another bug we'll fix. These tooltips are supposed to like be pushed in on the edges, but they're not on the tooltip for some reason. And sometimes we get duplicate messages, but it's something we'll sort out in the networking. All right. Everything's new to Patrick. Perfect. Yeah, I don't know the last time you've been in here, but I'm always happy to show off progress. It's good to have you back. Anthrax loves single-player games with global chat rooms. Always good fun. I do too. I mean, I play Path of Exile. I'm always mostly just trolling people in the chat, but I do chat all the time. I never team up with anyone. Never teamed up with anyone in Diablo either. It's just like a big single-player chat room for me. We'll level up here in a second. Let's see what else we got. First to craft error. Perfect. Love it. Thank you, Manifested. Also, welcome on in. Good to see you here. I don't recognize the name, so it's nice to have a few new faces. Here we're gonna surely level up in a second, and you'll get to see. Yeah! So we don't actually unlock anything at crafting level 2, I don't think. Maybe we do, and I just haven't rigged it up yet. But it'll also, yeah, we just haven't added anything. It'll also say like what you've unlocked there as well. So kind of RuneScape inspirations there. Let's maybe grab some items, harvesting around on our way into town. I know that this gate is turned off right now. We got to turn it back on for build stuff, but it's a weird error where the tutorial road in this town, you solve the first quest by giving this guy a tool, which opens the gate and it's all animated and all that. But we use a nav mesh obstacle on the gate, which carves out a baked nav mesh. So when we bake our nav mesh, this gate has to be off, so we actually have a path through here. So what we end up needing to do is bake the nav mesh with the gate off, re-enable the gate to carve it out and then build that. So I've just had the gate off for a while, but you guys will see it when you successfully complete the demo or the tutorial on your first try, right? You'll see that gate open. Let's punch a tree or something real fast, and then I'll look more at some chat. Maybe we take these pine needles. They are a material, so they get consumed when you use them on an object. You can run up here and use pine needles on a mossy boulder, see what we get from that. And maybe fix that hitbox as well. Yeah, there's a lot of bugs. We're working through them. Oh no, all the rock hitboxes. I just updated them last night. Okay. Well, we'll get there. You better reset that before you upload the demo because I want to get as many generic items as possible. Yeah, so we will absolutely... We'll wipe the chat database and also the items discovered right when the demo goes launch, so everyone can just kind of explode with new items. I'm really, really curious to see how, like, the frequency of discoveries will kind of hammer out. Like, I would expect a lot of discoveries from everyone right at the start, but I'm curious to see if those will kind of peter off like a couple hours in, a couple days in, a couple minutes in. Like, there's a lot of overlap at the start, but the way our crafting system works, you can craft anything, so like it's not like there's going to we're gonna run out of items for people to discover. I think it'll be really cool. Maybe a couple days in, maybe, is when the timing will be, where it'll be like every once in a while somebody will craft something really cool. So we'll see. Let's take our spark dagger. Let's do some cutting there. I just want to like harvest random stuff, see if we break anything else. Just kind of do something a little mindless while I catch up on chat. Y'all are here today. Thanks. I'm not a code guy, unfortunately, just a game design peanut gallery. All good, all good. Nice play, Nova, thank you. Just a tiny tip, don't update Unity, because I had gone from the version from the year 2021 to Unity 6 and all my hard worked hours gone. Dang. So I threw my project away and started making a single player FPS shooter. Well, that will be fun, but that's crazy. That sucks. Sorry that happened. I actually was very, very wary of updating our Unity for a long time, but when Tony started working on Centis, which is a new feature in Unity 6, so we can do some of this like AI stuff on the device instead of needing to call out to an API, so we can do like offline, not requiring online. He just updated to Unity 6 and everything worked perfectly, and it took like 10 minutes and I was like, how the heck did you do that? So maybe he's a wizard, maybe he's not, but that went surprisingly well for us. I would have been terrified for everything being destroyed. I'm so sorry that happened to you. But hopefully the single player first person shooter should be nice. Let's see what else we got here. Yes, he is a wizard. He is a wizard for sure. Let's see here. Alright, so we've got a few bugs that we've pointed out. What I want to do is I want to keep a little list here of everything, because I'll probably fix most of the bugs on stream, but there might be some stuff that when the stream ends I'm like, wow, we really need to fix that before we submit. So first things first, let's the tool belt tooltips aren't being pushed back on screen. I'm so bad at like talking about something and being like, we'll come back to that later. So I just want to keep this list so we can have something later when I'm like, now what was I doing again? So yeah, these guys, you should be able to see the tooltips, obviously. And I'm sure we've already seen some issues. Yes, the tutorial rock hitboxes, they do not work. I'm guessing we just need a longer interaction range from the center configured. And then I feel like there was other stuff already. I mean, we have this big bad boy. And I guess while we're here, I don't want to get right into the code quite yet. But you know what? We'll have time to go through it later. It's a pretty nasty like serialization error where we are serializing things in ways that are causing some issues. Basically serializing like nested objects, and the inner objects aren't serializing, which is throwing errors in the upper objects. Thank you for the hydrate, Quentin. I feel like every time I start a stream, I'm just chat because I'm trying to show off everything and get into it, and gotta remember to chill. Speaking of chill, I don't think this is the song or the playlist. Oh, it is the playlist I put on. Okay. Just not unexpected. Let's see here. Oh, I was hearing the endgame music. Right. I was like, I put on Remy Wolf. Is this this is some like medieval music? Is that still playing? Surely. Oh, right. That's in headphones. Let's see here. Sure will be a nice game. Want to make all the models myself. Heck yeah. Bought a Blender course from Udemy. I would love to get better at Blender. It is still Greek to me. But that'll be really cool to watch. I'll check out the progress as you go. Let's go ahead and... let's see. 600 more bits to do something really funny. Interesting. I don't actually know what that would be. I don't remember even setting up all my bits things, but it's been a while. Best of luck with your journey. It's definitely doable to learn Blender. You just got to give yourself time to truly learn it. I believe that. Still in the process. I would love to spend some time on it someday. But I feel like it takes some time, but surely there's progress in the meantime. Good luck with it. Alright, so first things first, we got to do a very important thing. I just remembered that we were going to do on stream today. We're going to add a new item that the player starts with. So we're going to find all our items. Let's see. Pickaxe will take us to the folder. So this item is going to be a tool. Starting item template. It is a herring. And we will be seeing what we get when we hit trees with that. Because somebody asked me yesterday, can I slap trees with herrings in your game? And I said, yeah, you probably could. So we're going to find out what we get with that. So that'll be nice. Let's just get a good image for it. And I think a tool makes sense for it. Maybe not. Maybe a material, though. There's modeling software called Blockbench that helps you create low poly models and makes texturing them super easy if you want low poly style. I feel like I actually used maybe Blockbench if they have a VR app. I definitely did a little bit of modeling in VR. And it was very like low poly style with like just extruding basic shapes. It sounds like it could have been Blockbench. It's been a while since I used it, so I don't really remember the name. We're actually going to make this herring material. And then to add it to the game, we're just going to grab it, add it to our starting item database, which basically pulls in all these pre-made games, instantiates them in the game, or pre-made items, instantiates them in the game as if they were crafted. And then we're going to jump over to the code real fast, find where we add, what's something in the player's inventory? Bandage. And let's go ahead and give them, maybe instead of a dagger, because we don't necessarily want to start them out with a weapon in a game where we're saying like, hold on, there's no combat yet. Let's just give them a herring. And yeah, last week somebody, I forget who it was, recommended this new hot reload asset for me because it was like 30 seconds of rebuilding the domain every time we made changes and needed to recompile. And you saw how fast that was. It's been working very, very well. So thank you for that recommendation. Let's start preparing for the demo. Let's go ahead and I mentioned the gate earlier. We want to bake our nav mesh without the gate enabled. So let's bake that real fast. We probably aren't going to be changing the terrain that much on stream today, so I think we're fine to bake this. Then let's go find our gate, which might be a little bit difficult, but areas, tutorial road, I believe this is the gate. Yes, cool. So if we turn on how do we show the AI pathfinding layer? There we go. So it has a path there. When we turn this on, when the game loads, it'll carve that path out. And then what we do when we solve the quest is we animate this up and then we delete it, which removes the carving. So gate should be ready for us to build later. Let's go ahead and let's knock off something from our list here. Maybe the rock hitboxes. We can see if we can sort them out. Let's turn this off. That is a lot of warnings, actually. Huh. Interesting. Let's see. What's a good way to make backups of your game? Yes, would definitely recommend GitHub. I see Patrick also says GitHub, although I'm not fully knowledgeable enough to know if I'm doing it right. I would definitely say GitHub. Tony and I use GitHub here. There's a lot you can learn from everywhere on how to use GitHub and Git in different ways. Branches are a big thing, but you probably do want some sort of version control. The only kind of like big tips that I would give you on using GitHub for storing your game is watch out for your scene files. I don't know if you'll be working with other people or if you'll be branching much, but the way that they are set up is very kind of opaque. You're not really sure, like if I go change the position of this rock, it's going to reflect that apparently nowhere. It's very hard to see where those changes are because it's kind of this YAML format. There it went. So updated some like XYZ coordinates. Those things are very, very ripe for if you're working with other people or if you're branching and you're like, you modify this rock in your main branch and also you modify it in a branch that you're working on something else related to it. When you try and merge that, you're going to probably get merge conflicts, and that like your .unity scene files are really, really hard to resolve merge conflicts in. So just be aware of like editing the same object in a scene in multiple places can have a lot of issues there. And then the other tip I would give on that is to set up Git LFS, long or large file storage. There's a lot of files that are just going to be too big for you in Git or in GitHub. But GitHub offers LFS for free, I think, where you just basically check in large files into that, and then your repo has like references to them, so you don't necessarily have to download them and upload them all the time. But it all just works is the important thing. It's just a thing you turn on, and then you specify like what files go in that. And it's usually like if you just try and commit something and Git is like, hey, that file's too big, you just add it to your Git LFS file and say, oh, that file's actually in LFS, and then everything just works fine again. Those are my recommendations. I'm still learning too. I've used Git a long time, but I haven't worked in a project this big in Git where I've like all the stuff is actually important and I'm not just working on a piece of it. But yeah. Let's see if we can figure out why these guys are not interactable. Because we do have... I wonder if we can see this mesh. Because we should be navigating to the furthest or the closest edge on the mesh. So we have a where'd it go? Interaction range of 1 here. So it should be 1 unit from the edge. So we shouldn't ever have an issue where we're not like close enough to the center. But I am gonna go ahead and bump this guy up to 2, and we'll just test that next time we're in the game. We'll see if that made a difference, because it's probably a bug in how we compute like the closest point on the collider. It is a convex mesh collider, so it should be pretty accurate. I feel like I saw some errors about like some colliders having too many faces, but maybe not. I think these are all in like, yeah, the wall tiles and stuff, so we're not actually doing collision on those. It doesn't matter that much. But we'll bump that up to 2. And then, yeah, we'll see if that changes things. We'll do it on this guy as well, just so we've got a couple different shapes. But yeah, I want to go in and hit some trees with a fish. Maybe I make my own database. I already have an empty website with a database behind it that is not used. Do you mean a database for like storing your game? If so, it'd probably be a fun project, but I would probably recommend something that's a little pre-built, just for like, usually losing all your hard hours of work is not something I play around with. I usually like to go with projects that are a little bit more formed and like mature for that, but I mean, doesn't hurt to try. I think you'll definitely understand like how it all works a lot better if you do it. Let's see. Interesting. So we still can't interact with this guy for some reason. We can when we use our right-click menu. So I bet when we click to interact with something, we're calculating a distance from us to that thing. I bet we're calculating a distance from us to the center point instead of to the edge like we do on this interaction. But we'll dig into that now. But I want to hit this tree with a fish. What do you get when you hit a pine tree with a herring? We're about to be the first one to find out. We get smashed pine needles. Alright, that was pretty underwhelming, but you can do it. Thoroughly smashed and are largely useless now. Alright, interesting. Let's see if we can get this rock working. Not the most exciting thing, but you know what? When we get it working, I'll show off the gate opening, so maybe that'll work out. Let's go see how things are set up. So in our RS player controller, which is where all our input and things start happening, let's put this over here. We've got handle movement and interaction input. I feel like we come here almost every stream to fix something or add something. So here, we are firing out a raycast at wherever we are clicking, sorting all those objects by how far they are to us, which does sort by that center point, but isn't really relevant here because it's more for like what order of objects we're looking at until we find one. If we find a non-ground interactable object, so like a rock, it's not a terrain, which is an interactable object, and it's not an object that requires right-click only interactions, like grass. You don't left-click on grass to harvest, but you can right-click on it. So in here, set our destination marker, and then trigger interaction with player input is probably where we're gonna roll. Distance to collider edge. Okay. Why don't you use Rider? I've heard of Rider. That's an IDE, right? Let me take a look at this real fast. Where's my window? I've used JetBrains, whatever their Java thing is that everybody uses in school. I got kind of a sour taste in my mouth from using it in Java, but I like Visual Studio. It's got some pretty good integrations with Unity for like tracing through. I'm sure Rider does it too. I feel like at this point most editors are pretty similar. But I've got it set up with all this stuff as well. But I would check it out sometime. Why do you use Rider? Let's see what it's got. Or what in Rider do you get that you don't get in other editors? Switch into and out of play mode. That's interesting. Step a single frame. Okay, that could be cool. Could be cool. Right. Okay. Yeah, I feel like a lot of it is very similar. I haven't seen like the two-way debugging in Visual Studio. I might have it, but I don't know how to use it. This could be interesting as well. Especially for like learning what's nice, or what code is, what's the term? Like a code smell. I would like better shader support in Visual Studio, but it does look a lot like this. I would love something where I don't have to write shader code. And the docs in it. Yeah, this is nice. I don't think... Let's see. Where's a function we've got a start function on? I don't think it just pops up the docs like that. Yeah, it's pretty bare bones. I guess it's the same thing here, just with a link. Aesthetically pleasing and is better in knowing what you want to do and giving that tab auto code thing. Interesting. I've also heard Cursor is really good. Cursor.ai, I think, as a replacement for Copilot. You can probably plug it into either one of these editors, but it's supposedly really good at code completion. I haven't tried it though. Cursor is solid, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. It's something I want to check out, but I just haven't really had the time to play with a lot of the cool new stuff lately. I'm hoping after we submit this demo to spend a day or two, like, just watching people play and finally catching up on some of the cool stuff that I've missed the last however long. Dark version though. Of course. Text to shader seems like something we'll get soon. That would be nice. I mean, visual scripting always looks really, really cool. I don't know how it works though. Let's see. So all I do in Unreal is visual scripting. Yeah, I mean, Nothing wrong with that. I wish I were better at visual scripting. Alright, so let's take another look at this, because here, I'm pretty sure this is what should be firing here. Let's go ahead and attach that. I want to hit this, and then we'll trace in through, because I want to make sure we're at least going down the right path. It'll take a sec to attach, I guess. Nojule. I recognize that name. You followed me, but I have no memory of me. Did I not stream for a while? I did actually take about 3 weeks off, but I think, do you watch either Irregular Human or, oh man, who makes the Serpent game? I forget. Yes, probably Irregular Human. I think we just followed each other in chat one day. But welcome on in. Yeah, good to see you here. I did take about 3 weeks off for the holidays. I just got back into streaming last week or the week before. I can't remember which one. But we are bug fixing today. We are polishing. There's a lot of bugs, but after the stream, I'm gonna bundle this up and submit it to Steam so people can play, or at least see things. So I'm excited for it. And we didn't hit our breakpoint at all, which makes me wonder if we are testing the right code here. Interesting. So let's just throw a breakpoint way up here, make sure that we even attached correctly, I guess. And then, okay, we did there. All right, this is gonna fire on every frame. So let's put it in here to only fire on a frame in which we left click. And I think our new auto hot reload thing will recompile and attach correctly. I think previously I needed to like close out and replay in order to add in these breakpoints. You like spaghetti? Yes. I'll show you some of my animation graphs sometime. I also want to get in on this music, so headphones are coming on. And been playing it out of my monitor this whole time. Alright, so hot reload's doing something. We didn't change any code, so I'm actually unsure what they're doing, but I think things are golden. Alright, so on the frame that we hit mouse button down, that was just to move. Let's do it again on the boulder and we'll step through. Can I give a quick summary of my game? Yes, I can. Let me just quickly trace through this, see if we're going down the path that I think we are, and then I'll exit out of debug and I'll show you around. Because I want to make sure we are hitting an entity. Should be the rock. Yeah, it is the rock. It's grabbing a rock and it's grabbing a point, which should be the point that we clicked on, not the center point of the rock. Cool, cool, cool. And this is... oh, we're going in here. Interesting. All right, well, that's where we will trace through. We will come back here. But yeah, hot reload was absolutely a great idea. It's caused a couple weird bugs. I'm gonna run back to the start of tutorial road, by the way, Nojule. It's caused some weird bugs, but overall it has saved me a ton of time. There's been a couple times where I'm like, why isn't this updating or something? I needed to go compile manually because I was so used to it doing it for me. And so lost a little bit of time there, but definitely like saved way more time in not having to constantly recompile the whole thing, rebuild the whole project. But yeah, This, for anybody else watching, and also Nojul, welcome in. This is Elixir Emporium. We've been working on it for a little over a year now, I believe. It's an open world crafting RPG. We are mostly focused on the crafting system right now. We're submitting a demo of the crafting system to Steam tonight, so hopefully people will be able to play. There's a lot of really cool tech under the hood here. But in short, let me kind of show off some of the systems. One very cool thing is you are an alchemist. You can use alchemy. So any 2 items you find in the game, you can combine with alchemy. So if we take this bread and some smashed pine needles, there's no crafting recipe in the game for what happens when you combine these 2. But you can do it anyway because you're magic. So, alright, we will need to address that error on this stream. We got that error again. Let me do that again. Less dramatically this time. No crafting recipe in the game, but you can combine them anyway. Surely that'll work this time. So it created pine scented bread. It generated this item data in the game, made an image for it, made a description for it. Some of them will have stats, some of them have like stat requirements, different affixes that you get. They'll all be type like material or consumable or tool or weapon. There's a couple other small ones. Consumables you can eat yourself for effects. So if we take this pine scented bread and maybe combine it with an apple which has an effect on it, we might also get something that has an effect. You can eat it yourself. You can give it to NPCs in town to like solve their quests. You can also pour it on objects in the world. So like growth potions and stuff you can pour on rocks and the rocks get bigger, or if something's blocking your path you can pour a shrink potion on it and it gets smaller. Here we've got our pine scented apple bread, which just gives you +1 intelligence if you eat it for 10 minutes. So we can eat that. Buff bar we need to add to our bug list real fast. Buff bar is truncated. I think something's displaying over it maybe, but you'll be able to see your buffs and like the effects you have, what gave them to you and how long you have them, etc. Likewise, in a similar sense to creating new items through your alchemy, you can also use all these items that you craft. You can use any item on any object in the game to harvest new resources. So we can take scissors and a chisel and maybe go over and use our scissors on the pine tree. While we do that, let's go ahead and combine our chisel with maybe a feather. Just make a new item that we didn't start with, so you know this isn't all hard-coded in. But scissors on the pine tree is giving us pine needles, which makes sense. Now we have a sky chisel. So, interesting tool. It's going to give us crafting XP when we use it. So we can use a sky chisel on a pine tree. We're doing this research again to show like a little bit of weight while we generate all this stuff. But now a sky chisel is going to give us pine wood shavings. Like sometimes it's more on the nose, sometimes it's less. But the whole time you're doing this, it's kind of being generated the first time you do it, and then after that you are effectively like hard coding these recipes into this playthrough. So as long as you keep playing this character in this world, this combination will always result in this and this and this and all that. Likewise, like using scissors on a pine tree always gives pine needles. Using a herring on a pine tree gives smashed pine needles, etc. So you're basically filling out all the content in this world as you play. So there's a lot to be done there. There's a lot of cool stuff out in the world to find. There's a bunch of like just all different kinds of resources to find. If we use our sky chisel on solar blossom flowers, I wonder what we'll get. So we got some solar blossom petals. I guess the sky chisel isn't that exciting of a thing. But basically, like, you're in tutorial area here, and it's very limited. Like there's not a lot of variation in what you can interact with because we want to like get people experimenting and playing with stuff up front. But once you get to the end of the road, you'll get to this NPC, and you'll be exposed to like the big kind of game loop that we have right now, and that is NPC quests. So there's a lot of cool stuff going on with NPCs right now, but in short, each one has their own AI brain under the hood that is constantly looking at all the objects near them, forming and recalling memories of like things they've seen, things they've done, etc. And then also putting that in the context of like their personality and their job and their place in this town. And so all of that feeds into an LLM that lets them decide like, hey, this is my state right now. What do I want to be doing right now? So they can decide to like go for a walk. They can go look at objects. They can pick up items on the ground. They can later on attack stuff. They can interact with stuff. They can harvest resources of their own, etc., etc. One of the things that they can do is also kind of reflect on their life and come up with a new quest. So this first quest here is always hard-coded in. He says the gate is closed. He needs us to bring him a tool so he can use that tool to pry the gate open. Any tool will do. So like we could give him our sky chisel and it can work. Or make a new tool out there. But the engine that we have for generating quests also works for like concluding quests. So there's not a list of solutions that they generate that they're looking for. And here there's not even like a if item type is tool, then quest is complete. It is actually like another LLM or AI prompt there of saying, here's the NPC, here's everything we know about them, here's the quest itself, here's all the dialogue that we talked about. Like you can ask him questions and he'll respond. Like, how about a sky chisel? And that all gets passed in, and the item that you craft also gets passed in, and it basically asks the AI, like, hey, here's the quest, here's the item. Does this item solve this quest, yes or no? And we branch through the game logic through there. So he says a sky chisel would work great, so we can just go ahead and give him that sky chisel. Gate immediately starts animating here. He's going to give us an item from his inventory as like a reward for solving a quest. If we wanted, we could also buy other items from him as like a way to get items. We can also be crafting items and like sell those to him to be making gold. But that was tutorial road. Very, very simple. Actually, if you don't want to do it at all, you literally start with a tool in your inventory. But we want to like give this really enclosed spot for people to explore things. But I mean, that's kind of the core game loop is go talk to NPCs, find out what quest they have, and then go harvest items, go combine items, go manipulate items to be able to make these solutions to their problems. So if we talk to Bran here, he's going to introduce himself. Now that we know him, he's able to like reflect on his life and start a quest. So he's going to be hanging out here for a while, but maybe we'll see an exclamation point over his head in a minute. But while all that happens, I'll also mention another big system we have is skills, which maybe we want chat to appear underneath these dialogues. But you saw like with these tools, you're gaining experience in particular skills when you use them. That is also generated when you generate the tools, but you can also gain experience in those skills by using their workstations. So like the anvil here has a couple different things you can do. You could take maybe this combat ration and smash it at the anvil back into its components. So there's no recipe in the game for that right now, so it's going to take a second to generate it. But now anytime that you smash a combat ration, you're going to get dried meat and crackers. Inversely, you can also now use that as a recipe to create crafting rations. So goes both ways there. But you can also say like go over to the smithing tab, and as you level up your smithing skill, you're going to be learning more templates here. So maybe let's actually break this down, and we get our crackers that we want to use as a material, and we can make a cracker arrow tip maybe. But again, that's creating a new item. We don't have the loading animations and stuff, but it did make a cracker arrow tip. So we've got kind of these two different ways to like create items in the world. He's got his exclamation point now, so he's got a quest for us. Alchemy is going to be a lot more like exploratory and adventurous. Like, what do I get if I combine a handful of moss and scrap leather? Versus with the anvils, the sharpening wheel, the furnace, all these different things, it's going to be for like, I want to make this specific thing. So I'll go to this workstation and click the button to make some variant of it. So we got our mossy leather scraps. But there's all kinds of workstations. I think we set up the sharpening wheel. We did. So we can take maybe our scissors, and it's a very simple operation of just, we have scissors, we want to make them sharper. So now we have a dagger. We have a dagger, we want to make that sharper. We get... I see this NPC tried talking to us somewhere. Now we have a knife from our dagger, and so on. Like, there's that. There's we have a oven for cooking items. Maybe we can go take our dried meat over there. But let me show off also. One of the actions the NPCs can choose to do is to start a dialogue with you, which if you don't talk to them, they might. So this guy came up with this quest, and we were just standing in the area for so long. He's like, I'm not waiting. I'm going to talk to you instead of waiting for you to talk to me. So he says he accidentally inhaled some just strange smoke from a peculiar ore. His voice is echoing uncontrollably even when he whispers. It's driving him mad. Can't sing or speak, and so on. So like, it's a very open-ended quest on purpose. That first tutorial one is very closed, very easy to know what to craft, but each of these NPCs are going to be very open-ended. So here we could probably get him like some sort of potion, some sort of like maybe a magical mask or something. Maybe we can do like pine needles and some... We don't really have a lot of stuff to work with right now, but like a handful of moss might get us some sort of like herb setup. And then we can combine that with like a bandage, mossy pine concoction. So maybe we take that and combine it with a bandage, and then that might give us something healing focused, and then we combine that with an empty vial to turn it into a potion, and then we'll give him a potion. So we got an herbal healing wrap. So maybe we take our vial, turn that into a potion, and we can give that to him, and we can see if that's like close enough or not to solve his problem. But an herbal healing potion might work. It's very generic, so I'm guessing that it won't. But we can just go ahead and give it to him. And he's going to be like, yeah, it makes me feel refreshed and healthy, but it doesn't affect the like magical echo in my voice. So you can come back and try new items. He's going to actually have that in his inventory now because you gave it to him. You could buy it back if you wanted. But you probably want to go craft things that are a little bit more specific to like the voice or like sound or something that is a little bit more tailored to his problem. So we don't want it to just be like, oh, give him a potion and it solves everything. Next step is generating 3D models from these items. Yes, both to put on your player and also like dropping on the ground would be nice. Oh no, we got a phantom tooltip and I don't know where it came from. But another thing that we want to do is allow people to make their own workstations. And those will be also very fun to generate 3D models for. This is a 3D modeled oven, actually. We generated this one, but it wasn't in real time. It was outside the game. But we're working on a pipeline to let players say, like, I want to create an oven workstation. And all these workstations are set up as basically prompts to an AI that says, like, here's the inputs that we need from the player. Here's the logic of how it works. And based on the inputs, we can craft a UI that says, like, it has 1 item slot, 2 item slots, whatever. They're labeled this way, etc. You put in an item, you push a button, and that goes off to the AI and says, like, all right, do the operation on this item. And so I'm pretty sure that all of that will be possible by just saying, like, I want to make an oven. I want to make a sharpening wheel. I want to make a loom or whatever. So we got cooked meat. I guess that's to be expected. But if we throw that back in and cook it again, we probably get like burnt meat. But there's some fun stuff there. We also want to have like a pretty generic building system is what we're planning right now. We did get burnt meat. Let's put it back in and keep cooking it. So in addition to like making your own workstations, I love building like my own house, my own town almost. So what you could do, we finally got charcoal. Let's put charcoal back in. What you could do is like create some workstations for your specific, like almost Factorio-ish way to play. Like if you really, really need a certain amount of item or a lot of a certain kind of item, you could create workstations that help you get that item. You can build your own like assembly line effectively. I think we're just going to get charcoal now. Not going to break down much more. And did that? No. Okay. Let me also jot down closing oven doesn't put item back in inventory. All right. We're collecting all our bugs right now. But yeah, that's kind of the goal of like, we want players to be able to build and place stuff in the world and affect the world a lot. And that also includes like your own workstations. Here's another one we're working on right now that we haven't generated a model yet for. Oh, this is the loom, not actually the one I thought of. You have to ignore this tooltip. I'll kill it out in a second. But the loom also lets you unlock new recipes as you unlock or level through crafting. Actually, that reminds me. Add loom recipes to crafting skill perks. But we also have like this crusher here, which is another variation of you can put something in and specify like how much you want to crush it. So this knife, you just want to like break it in half, crush it into rough pieces, into pebbles, into dust. Maybe we break this knife in half and maybe you should get 2 items as output on this. We've been just like, you'll probably get a broken knife or something. You got half knives. Okay, so you could have like 1 in each hand maybe. But if you take that and amp the power up, grind it down into dust, it's the same logic and same like flow and logic and prompt and everything, but we're passing in different parameters. So here is like a power level. So now we got some knife dust, I guess. So it's just like more ways to craft items to try and find the right items to solve these quests for NPCs. So let me kill this tooltip, which I bet we could find. I don't remember where the tooltips are. You know what, we'll deal with it for a second. But yeah, that's kind of the gist. You can extrapolate that to a whole world. We've got about a dozen NPCs in this town so far that all generate their own quests. We have 3 or 4 more towns out in the world that you can go find, each one with about a dozen NPCs. You just kind of wander around and find them all, and yeah, that's kind of the gist. Solve some quests using alchemy. Gotta go, but I'll leave a wish list. Really like the concept. Thank you so much. Demo should be out sometime this week, hopefully, for you to try the crafting system at least. So thanks for popping in. Good to see you. All right, combat. Let's talk about combat. Manifested. Combat will be a tricky problem to solve given all the possibilities. Seems like something turn-based might be best. I can imagine a combat system that figures out what to do with a cracker-tipped arrow the first time and caches it like the crafting recipes. Yes, combat will be something that we need to think through and like do well, I think. I'm just going to run us out in the world while I talk on this. Tony have talked a lot about how we want to fit combat in this game. And there's a lot of different ways that you can kind of tackle like its purposes and like what it's for, but also how the player interacts with it, how they enjoy it. One mechanical, like maybe I should start with the fun bits of combat, but one mechanical bit of combat that I'm really excited for is loot tables, versus right now everything is... you get that sort of like lottery RNG when you first discover stuff, when you're experimenting with combinations, but you kind of lose that over time. Like this was already a recipe, it was instant. I'm like, oh yeah, I already crafted this. So there are infinite items for you to keep doing that, but one thing that I really like in like combat in general as a concept is like drop tables and like, oh, I want this very rare thing, so I'm gonna go kill goblins and I'm gonna get some random items every time I do, and eventually I might get that really, really cool item. But each time I get like a little bit of fun, a little bit of randomness. I'm a sucker for some randomness in games, and we've purposefully like front loaded it with all the crafting systems that we've done and got rid of the randomness after you've done it once, which I think left a void for randomly collecting more items. So that's what I'm excited about for crafting or for combat to do. But you're right, like if I can just sit here and I've got knife dust here, I don't really have a weapon on me, but if I can craft a weapon that just gets infinitely stronger, like, how am I going to find challenge in the game? Mossy blade grips, maybe with a strap, maybe we can make a sword. So I think there's a lot of inspiration to be pulled from other games, but at the same time, we're kind of doing something new here where we'll probably need to just like playtest and see what feels good. But right now we're leaning towards... infinitely scaling difficulty in like dungeons that you can delve deeper into. So if you're just coming on in and you don't have some weird camera effects transitioning in and out of this biome, if you're just joining the game and you're not like min-maxing all the crafting and stuff, we want you to be able to do dungeons and like complete however many levels down is reasonable. That's wild. But obviously people that are just going to craft like 1,000 damage sword, like one way to solve that is the infinitely scaling difficulty of like, oh, now you need to be doing more damage, you need to be tanking more damage, all that. It's kind of like a boring solution. But I think with the emergent systems and stuff that we can build into items, there's a lot of, side note, a lot of affixes that are in the game that we hardly ever see on stream because they're so specific. Like chance to burn and then chance to like crit whenever an enemy is burning, like all that is baked in as possibilities that can generate on items. I feel like the real fun way to solve difficulty is to make dungeons need to be completed through like strategy rather than just raw numbers. And the items that you craft can be used to craft your strategy versus like numbers go up. So there's a couple different ways that we're gonna like try and tackle combat and like scaling specifically, but I think it will boil down to just like we'll probably build a couple in and then play test it and see how it feels. Like this demo is specifically for like the crafting systems. We'll probably have another one really soon for NPCs when we do the rework we want to do. We probably aren't going to do like a ton of demos, but there are definitely a lot of things that we're like, we don't really know what is fun yet because these are really new systems that use like technology that wasn't really possible before. So we just want to build it and play with it. All right, so we have a few bugs so far that we've collected. I'm going to exit play mode now and find these bushes and go place them correctly. And then maybe we'll get into some bugs. Everybody should take a drink, get hydrated. We'll be here for a while. All right, so let's see if we can find those bushes. We redid the terrain so many times and probably will continue to redo the terrain so many times. It's no surprise that there's a random floating stuff every once in a while. Kind of want to polish these up a little bit more too. And I'm also remembering our water is not interactable right now, and I'm wondering if it's the same bug as what we were going to fix with that rock earlier. But maybe we can dive a little bit more into that rock issue right now, and then either we'll disable the water interactions afterwards if it's fixed and it doesn't fix that, or we'll move on to other stuff. But we got bugs aplenty. If anybody has items they want to add to the game, maybe objects they want to add to the game, maybe, I don't know. Might need to go hunt down some models. Wait. Well, let me finish my thought here. We're just vibing today. We're polishing stuff up. There's a lot of bugs, so I'm gonna be focusing on bugs, but I know bugs aren't the most fun to watch, so feel free to hit me with distractions anytime if you want to see like what you get when you hit a fish on a tree. Like, that's totally fine. So we're here to vibe. Thanks. All right, so this is the path that we went down earlier when we clicked on the tree, or clicked on the rock, which is surprising because we know that this wasn't true. Our interactable was the rock. Chosen interactable was null. So we're going to trace through here again because I need to know what's going on here. And I think we finished our album, so also if anybody has music recommendations, feel free. But I will just cue something up. Alrighty, rocks, we are going to harvest from you. So that guy works, and I'm realizing we didn't attach. That's fine. So I think it does have to do with the geometry of the rocks. So, okay, we'll need to clear some of these. Here, we clicked the ground, so our chosen interactable was... Well, I guess we haven't gone through it yet. Let's break here. continue and see what our chosen interactable is. It is the ground. So that is where we would expect to go here, which we do. So that's just going to move us to that point that we clicked on the ground. Okay. So now we've got our breakpoint here. If we were to click on this boulder, chosen interactable is the boulder. Will we go in? We will. The chosen point, maybe we should verify that that point is like where the cursor was and not the center point, but I feel like it should be where the cursor was if that's the raycast hit point. But we show our destination marker. We stop our current interaction, which would be like harvesting or whatever we are doing. We set a destination to this chosen point. So let's jump in there. I wonder if maybe we are, like we need to set a destination slightly past the chosen point because there's probably some stopping distance before we actually get to that point. Although that stopping distance should be within like our interaction range. So let's go in here, see what we're doing. Oh, we didn't. Interesting. I guess we could be like overriding on get mouse button, because that's also gonna fire. So if we click on the rock, is moving continuously will be false here, but it's true here. So this will go and it'll reset our destination. We probably don't want that. Let's try this again. I feel like the breakpoints are slightly off, and it might be because I added that. But yeah, we run to the boulder, we don't harvest. So if we click here, we should raycast, or if we click here, we should move to this corner. What we've chosen to interact with is the rock. Okay. So we will go there. Is moving continuously is true. So now we're going down, and this is going to also fire, which sets a new destination, which we probably don't want. But it should be the same point. I think. So we could do some sort of flag that like only does this on frames after the first frame when button down fired. But I think what we should do, let's play through this. We'll make sure those points are the same, and we'll also potentially just comment this out, because that's just for continuous movement. And see if that affects the outcome. But we did go to the point that we expected. So over here, let's first just do that again and make sure the points that we are going to are the same each time. So we got this bad boy floating out there for some reason. negative 93, about 1500. Then we go down. So this point is the same. Okay, so if it hits twice, I mean, if it fires off and activates both of these, it shouldn't matter. I mean, it's kind of dumb to do the same thing twice, but it's fine. So I bet we'll find our bug in here. But for now, it does seem to do what we expect it to. So let's go in here. Breakpoint here so we can have those calculated. And then let's do this again. So over there. Still interacting with the big rock. Did that not fire? Oh, yeah, because we never actually call this. We never trigger interactions at all. We're going in here, right? Aren't we? It's all blending together. All right, so we do go in here, yes. If no interactable or it's ground. So that's not where we want to go with the rock. Chosen interactable is not null, or it's ground. Oh, it's a ground layer. We're treating it like the terrain. Ooh. And we have a ground layer because of our ground check. So we don't look like we're flying when we're just standing on top. Okay, well, we know the bug. So all objects that are ground layer are going to be right click only here because that's what we do with the terrain. So couple options for fixing this. One, we could not do ground layer. We could just say like, here are our terrain objects. These are the real terrains. If it's one of them, do this. Otherwise, don't. But let's, if we don't make this ground layer, if we make it, I don't know, just default for now. I want to make sure we expect to be able to harvest it from it now based on what we just saw. But I want to be able to see if standing on top of it looks like we're standing on top of it or if we're like floating in the air. Because ground layer is used for basically our animation states. So layer default. We run over. We shouldn't go in this branch now. That's correct. And we go down the branch that we originally expected that queues up an interaction from player input, which finally does call this, yes. So we continue, we run over. Surely this will harvest. Let's nix some breakpoints. Okay, so we did run over, but we weren't close enough to trigger the harvest, I think. Interesting. Yeah, you'll notice it gets a little bit closer in order to actually do the harvest. So we probably do actually want to navigate to, well, we don't want to navigate to a point like 1 unit further because it might be like a cliff type thing. Where if we click here, it'll navigate to like out here. What do we want to do with that? Trigger interaction from player input. Extra harvest range. So here, our distance is always just slightly too far. It's probably because our nav mesh agent has that stopping distance. So maybe we just, what happens if we say float extra stopping distance padding of like 0.25. Throw that in. And then, is that right? Interaction range plus this is max distance that you can be. If the distance is greater than that, yeah, I think that's right. So here, I think auto reload will include that, but I want to exit out and back in just in case. So this would be like our current distance, or this is our current distance. Our current distance is greater than all these things. Math, man. I haven't had enough coffee today. It's the dumbest math. It's first grade math. All right, so let's think this through. Load max, or yeah, max distance to interact. I don't want autocomplete to be biased, so we'll delete that. Max distance to interact is our extra harvest range plus the interaction range plus, yeah, that's what we had. So if our distance is greater than our max distance to interact, then we need to keep moving towards it. Otherwise we can interact. So that's right. Oh. Okay. Bring all that back. All right, so is it possible that we can't path to it? No, we can. Because what we're seeing is we path almost to it, and then when we click on it again, we go a little bit closer and we actually harvest. So that initial pathing isn't going as far as it needs to. All these are right. This transform. So from our player to this collider edge between the player. Does this use the player? How does it know closest in reference to what? Gets the collider. No collider is the center point. If it's a mesh collider that isn't convex, we also use the center point. Oh, this is on the player controller, and we do closest point from us to them. Okay, so that is from the reference of the player. This gets harvest range. Yeah, that's fine. So let's go in here, set destination to interact. Closest point is the same logic. between us and this entity, sure. And we did originally set a point further. I guess we could bring that back. I was just trying to simplify things a few weeks ago, I think. So that's going to be our closest point plus the direction that we're going in times 1 unit further. So we can see if that works. I can't remember why I removed it, but I feel like I just thought it wasn't necessary. But you know me with math. So we could also remove this, the extra stopping distance. I don't really want to have all this like extra like padding everywhere. I would just love for things to be exact and not have to have all this wiggle room every time I do any movement. Hot reload should have finished, but you know, we're gonna stop playing and replay because I'm still getting used to like what it actually applies and what it doesn't while you're in play mode. So let's give that a shot. Also, for anybody who hasn't seen exciting news of on Twitch, there's now a Elixir Emporium category. So what I can do, I'm currently in the software and game development category, but if I click that, change that over to Elixir Emporium, I'm now the first person streaming Elixir Emporium. I wonder if that'll actually populate it in the Twitch thing. Let's see. Because it doesn't autocomplete. I wonder if, do any games? Yeah, they do. I was just wondering if it took some people playing in order to autocomplete. But maybe after this stream. But yeah, if you are making a game, it's actually a lot easier than I thought to get this category. You go over to IGDB, and it's like a Wikipedia for games, basically. And you just sign up and add a page, and they approve it. And if you're a developer, they have you like verify, so you get all the check mark and stuff, so you can make changes willy-nilly without needing it approved. But Twitch just sources from this website, apparently. So once you have a page here, it just shows up on Twitch. Crazy. So it feels very fancy. It's amazing. Thank you. Yeah, very excited to see that. I will change our category back to software and game development real fast. Just because I don't think anyone's going to be browsing Elixir Emporium as a category anytime soon. But maybe. Right. We want to harvest from this boulder. So surely this works. Okay. It did. Okay. We were the first to discover small rocks. That's pretty exciting. Thank you, Drews. If you could turn that into a YouTube short, and I think that would be viral. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. That's a great idea. Tony's always telling me to make more YouTube shorts, so maybe I will. That's a good idea. We are going to test out more of these stones. Right. We only made this one default layer, which is fine. We do want to stand on it. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So the reason it was ground layer is for this. So we can detect that we're back on the ground when we stand on it. I think what we should do is just have a reference to all of our terrains, maybe, and just treat them as terrains rather than checking to see if it's ground layer. But I mean, so this is a left click rock. When you're standing on it, if I were to click here, I would want to move there, right? Oh no. Rather than harvest. I mean, most of these rocks are right click only. It's just left click in the tutorial so you can actually see what all you can interact with. Get me out of here. So if we were to... I guess that's fine. We can do that. We'll have a reference to each of the terrains. We'll check to see if it's one of those terrains. And if it is, we'll do this check here, wherever that went. Ground. This is hacky because it's meant to say, is this a terrain? I guess we can just tag the terrains. That's probably even better. Yeah, we'll do that. Shorts is where it's at. That's how the formula works. Yeah, I bet it'll be pretty darn popular coming real soon. As soon as we'll see where TikTok goes. But yeah, I haven't looked at the numbers on any of our shorts. I see them occasionally when I go in and I upload all these streams to YouTube after the fact. And I think I see shorts numbers occasionally there. They're always so much higher than the YouTube videos. But, I mean, they're more curated and 10 seconds versus 4 hours long. So I guess that's to be expected. All right. I think just tagging the terrains is what we want to do here. So here we'll say... actually, there's a tag comparison. Bool is terrain tag is equal to chosen interactable dot tag compare tag. That's it. We'll call it terrain. So that's the logic we'll use. So if we haven't clicked on something, or what we have clicked on is one of our terrains, that's when we just move to wherever we've clicked. Otherwise, we are probably interacting with things. So that should work. Compare tag is apparently more performant than just calling .tag == terrain. But we just need to go tag all our terrains. And we need to set this guy back to ground layer so we can get our ground detection working again. And then terrains. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. Tag, add tag, terrain. So are they all tagged now? They are not. Tag, terrain. All right, so theoretically that should work. All the rocks should now be working just fine, perfectly. Maybe? How did I turn on... selection outline, I bet. Selection wire. All right, let's go test that. And I also want to test to see if that fixed the water. I don't think it will, because I doubt the water is ground layer. But if it didn't, maybe we'll just turn off interacting with the water and patch it back in later, since it seems like a recurring bug to interact with just because of the shape of the object. All right, so we know this guy works. Easy peas. He better work now that I've said that. Also of note, I think, yeah, our harvest animations aren't looping. So here, we're just standing here. That's probably a big one we want to fix, since we don't want people to just stand there. So now, use bare hands on boulder. Sure. It is navigating to the closest point, which is fine. Like if we are here and we click way over there, it's going to navigate to that point because it's the closest point on the object. I think that's fine. Let's try some other ones. And then we'll also jump on top of it. Can't tell if that one actually worked or not. Oh. Also, we need to Don't be a raycast target on chat when it's not open. It's blocking our clicks from moving here. We only want it to block when we focus it. So that seems to be working. Okay, let's jump on this guy. We are on the ground. We click over here, it's just going to harvest. That's fine. You can click off it if you want. How about these boulders in the wall? Okay, things are looking up. That's one way to path, I guess. To like this point, I guess. Yeah. Huh. So it might be a little bit weird for like the player if they click over there and want to harvest and they're not, especially if they don't realize it's all the same object. But might be fine. Yeah, there's still some finicky bits, but it does seem to work a lot better. Wonder why this guy is being all funky. Probably because the nav mesh isn't quite right in that corner. Alright, Mossy Boulder. Want to test you. Things are looking good again. I think I noticed earlier when we submitted an image or a message to an NPC and we press enter at the end of that, I think it focused the chat. So yeah, we want to now focus the chat. And pressing enter on NPC chats. Cool. So what did we fix? I think the tutorial rock hitboxes are fixed. And I think that will apply to everything that is ground layer. So, nice. So maybe the next thing... I mean, we can knock out a couple of these really fast. Let's do that. Also, Patrick, what you up to today? Are you at work? You working on anything fun? Outside of work, maybe? Alright, let's fix navigation to interact with ground layer objects. We also fixed the stopping distance there. We were stopping a little bit short on some objects. They're both fixed. That's fine. So now UI windows. Let's go look at our player chat. So here we don't want to have any raycast targets when it's unfocused. So if we toggle focus to turn it on, it toggles that on. Okay. So if we toggle it off, this thing probably has, the scroll view is a raycast target. It's probably raycast targets all the way down. It's kind of annoying, but I wonder if item linking would work if we turned off raycast targeting on this text. Or maybe there's a way that we could just, at the top level, say, hey, pass raycasts through this. Working on some business cards and a sales sheet. Nice. I mean, there's a little bit of design there. I like that. It's fun. I started my first business 10-ish years ago. And I spent probably a week and a half doing just business card design. And I was so proud of it. And I never gave out a single one. I still probably have some in my wallet of just maybe that day will come. I spent a lot of work on that, but they're so mangled and worn now. But they were cool, I think. Yeah, on the clock. Yeah, well, nice to get paid to watch Twitch sometimes too. So what I could do, I mean, an easy fix is to actually, like, when the chat is toggled off, we can also just toggle off the actual chat. But what I wanted to accomplish is having some sort of, like, passive chat going on in the background while players play so they can kind of see people chatting. And they can see the occasional message that kind of draw them in, or see an item. They're like, ooh, what is that? So I don't necessarily want chat to be like entirely off, but it does get in the way sometimes. So what do we want to do with this? I wish there were a component that we could put on this saying like disable all child raycasts. And then we can just enable or disable that component when we toggle the chat. I wonder if we were to just make that script and rely on technology in the year 2025. We'll see what it says. As long as you don't ignore your duties, you're good. If work asks, I was never here. I will back you up. I've never seen you before in my life. But also tell your boss to wishlist Elixir Emporium. No, you're good. Alright, so let's look at this. Because this would be great if it were possible. Public void disable all child object raycast targets. You know, we could do like on enable. And then we could do something like this, which is super janky, only works on canvases. We would need it working on... Oh, hello. Follower goal met. Oh boy. Welcome on in, Sixth Hunter. Thank you so much. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for coming on in. How's it going? We are bug fixing on a demo that we are about to submit to Steam. Just making things nicer, fixing some pretty egregious bugs, but having a good time. Problem you're trying to fix right now. So right now, the chat window it has two different states. One of them is focused when it is open, so it'll look like this, and you can type in it. When you hover over linked items, you'll see the tooltips and some other stuff. There's also unfocused when you close out of it, and chat shows up there, but you're not like interacting with it. However, that chat that shows up there is a raycast target. So if you click in that corner of the screen, it blocks the movement or the raycast there. So you're not actually going to be moving, which we don't want. But it's the same conversation that shows up whether it's active or not. We're basically just showing a background or not. So I don't really want to be toggling it on or off. So we're just trying to figure out how to not block raycasts temporarily. Let's see. Cozy, you're always just in time. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day. A great day, even. Good, having a stressful work week, but it's fine. I'm picturing the dog burning with flames all around him, but it's fine. Hope it's going well. But yeah, let me just show you, Patrick, because I'm sure there's some clever way to do it. I'm not sure I want to do it the clever way. I feel like it's probably a common problem, but who knows? Literally have that pic pinned to my desk. I have it as a emote in a bunch of servers that I'm in on Discord, and I use it all the time. Sorry it's been stressful. Hope it gets better. Me too, me too. Can't complain too much. Awesome. We are all here getting paid to watch Twitch, so at least we have that. But yeah, so here, normally when I click, I move to where I click. However, this box here, if I click here, I don't move. So when chat is closed, there's raycasts going on. And I just want to like disable those raycasts while chat is closed and then enable those raycasts when it's open. The obvious thing to do is to just have a list of things that need that raycast toggled on and off, I guess, and then just toggle all those in our focus function. I was just trying to do something clever at the top level, I guess, but we'll just do that. And I guess we could add something for changing your name too. I will eventually have it be like, we'll have a character creator and all that, so you can choose your name. But I didn't want everyone to just be named like player in the chat talking to each other, so everyone has random names right now. Maybe we'll add something for changing your name. All right, so let's do this real fast then. So rather than doing this funky thing, let's just delete that. Hi, future me. Don't use this file. Thanks. We'll delete it, but I don't want to go hunt it down in the hierarchy. So what we're going to do is just add a function in our focus call. So we have UI chat window manager, I think. Chat window, player chat window manager. We have a toggle focus call here that handles both opening and closing chat. We will just loop through a list of things that need their raycasts turned on or off in here. But while we're here, I see this code here, which is what listens for us pressing enter to toggle it on and off. And I noticed that we have a bug here that when we press enter in like an NPC window, it's also firing here. So we need to also wrap this in a if input service dot instance dot is global input blocked. A little helper that we have that lets us just say like, hey, something is listening to input, everything else should stop listening. And then when that thing relinquishes its control, everything will start listening again. So when input is not blocked is when we want to be listening to this other stuff. So that should fix this. Let's give it a little indicator to test later. But here, let's say public list. It's going to get a little funky. Let's go see what objects we need to actually be toggling. Because I think it's going to be... We don't have the image enabled on our scroll view, so it shouldn't be a raycast target, I don't think. Viewport is a raycast target, which is an image. That's how we're going to handle scrolling. But when we disable that, we won't be able to scroll when the chat is closed, which is perfect. So I think we're going to have images and we're going to have text mesh pros, which don't really share a common parent object that I'm aware of. Unless there's like a component or something, but I think we'll just keep things simple and we'll say list of image of image raycast targets. Not the in-unit images though. We want the UI image. Boy howdy. and public list of text mesh pro UGI ref text raycast targets. So it's a little bit wonky to like maintain, because if we change the actual structure of the chat window, we might need to go add or remove these things, but I think they'll be fine. So when we focus the chat window, we want to enable all raycast targets. So all those and all those. And then when we close the chat window, we want to disable all raycast targets. So for each, right, all those and all those. So that should toggle them all off. So then when it's closed, it shouldn't block our clicking. We can't scroll when it's closed. We can only scroll when it's open. I think that's fine. We probably also, we'll test this in a second, but I want to jot down so I don't forget. Close linked item tooltips on chat close. And we'll do that here. But let's mark this as something to test as well. And let's go build those lists, and then, oh, actually we can't really build those lists from the editor because the messages are dynamic. We're adding more. So that's fine. What we'll do instead is say public game. Actually, we already have a reference to chat history container. We will go over .get component in children text mesh pro UGI. So all of the get components. How do I get them all? There we go. So that text message, or that container, this guy, holds all of the messages in it. We will be getting all of the TextMesh Pro components from all of those children messages, looping over them and turning on or off raycast target here. So we'll do the same thing here. So we only need to build our images list, which should be pretty simple. So let's see what we got. Not in it. Scroll view, image is disabled. Is that right? Feels like that shouldn't be disabled, but YOLO. Viewport is one that we will need to toggle. It's also BRB, no worries. Good luck out there. Tell your boss I said hi. Nothing here. Scroll bar vertical. I mean, I guess they could click and drag the scroll bar and enable in order to scroll the chat. So that's a nice little middle ground of not being able to scroll it, I guess. All right, I think that might be the only thing, but for good measure, we don't really want to be toggling this. Let's try it out. Is game out yet? My wife wants to know. My wife also wants to know. Game is almost out. After this stream, I will build... Cat almost stepped on my power button again. After this stream, I'm going to be building and submitting it to Steam. So that's exciting. It is still very much a demo. Don't get your hopes up too high. But you can do all the crafting. You can talk to NPCs. You can solve their quests. Explore the world. It's a lot broken, but have fun. And also there's some fun stuff of like I guess that's what we're testing now. Ooh. That's not correct. But you can talk to everybody else playing the demo. We definitely broke this. Literally the best demo I've ever seen in my life. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That is literally the best compliment I've ever had in my life. What are the recommended PC specs? You know, that's a real good question, and one that we will probably get a lot of feedback on from the demo. I'm not sure offhand. I know that it plays on my beefy desktop computer, but it also plays on my laptop. So probably like higher end specs somewhat, but you definitely don't need a 4090 for sure. But I do definitely want to know like the low end. I don't really have a lot of low end computers to test on other than my laptop, which does have, I think, a 3070 in it, and it runs okay on it. So we've done a little bit of performance optimizations to improve it. It was getting even laggy on this, but it's better now, especially like in town is when it's the worst, just because there's so much to draw. But I occasionally also get some frame drops and stuff here and there, so we need to figure that out. You could probably try and run it on a few devices I have. That would be great. I would love to. We probably should have built some like analytics and stuff so we could get reporting on here's the specs that each player has and here's the FPS and all that they're getting. We didn't build any of that. So if you could tell us, that would be great. But yeah, I hope it runs well for sure. We're going to recompile this manually because some of this isn't up to date. But yeah, we're going to find out real soon. I'm going to submit it to Steam tonight, and they have to approve the demo before it'll be live, but it'll be in their hands. We'll post on the Discord when it is available. If you've wishlisted it on Steam, you should get an email about it with a link as well. But I've never published anything on Steam before, so it's a learning experience for me too. All right, let's see. Does this still work if I toggle focus here? It does. Okay. Cool. So it works outside. We've recompiled. Let's go ahead and go back in and see what breaks. Because we have an error here. My PC is beefy. Yes, my PC is pretty beefy. This is my PC that I purchased when we were making games already, and we needed the beefiest boy that we could get so we could build games as fast as possible. Let's see here. If I do this, probably doesn't kill the stream too bad. But yeah, I've got a beefy boy. Did I build it? I did indeed. I've built probably 3 or 4 before it, but this is the beefiest that I've built. It's got a 4090 in it, 128 gig of RAM. Yeah, I guess it's base 3 gigahertz, but it can get up pretty high. Seconds, minutes, hours, days. Oof. But yeah, it has been a godsend for working at very, very fast speeds, and also like I can run this. I can run, like, I've tested it with 3 or 4 clients. Also, this is running at 4K. It's going to run a lot better if you run at like 1080p or something. So this is a 4K monitor. Also, I've got the server running in the background for like chat. Occasionally I've had like multiple clients running at the same time just so I can test like the multiplayer chat. Oh, you know what? I bet I know the bug. Do I remember how much the system cost? I remember the 4090 was the majority of the price. I think the graphics card was way more than everything else. I think they've come down in price a little bit, but I feel like the whole computer was like 2,000, maybe 2,500. I scavenged for deals on everything and bought them all piecemeal, so that helped a lot. Let's see. Right. So the bug. We just added this of ignoring input block, or ignoring pressing enter to open and close chat when something is blocking input. And the intended thing was, if you're chatting with an NPC, the something blocking input is obviously the NPC window. But I'm pretty sure we just blocked it from ourselves to never close it. So we can just fix that by saying, like, if it's open, then we can ignore that. Hi, Chaos. Welcome in. What time are we releasing the demo? It's a little bit up in the air. I'm going to submit it to Steam after this stream. But Steam takes some time to approve the demos. So if you are... Let me link our Discord. We'll definitely post in Discord the moment it's approved on Steam. If you want to wishlist it on Steam as well, you'll get an email instead. But very, very soon. Submitting it tonight. So it is just a crafting demo. So it's not the full game or anything. But I think it's fun so far. It's fun to go talk to all the NPCs and like solve quests in weird ways. So there's that. 4,000 Aussie dollars is how much a 4090 goes for here. Dang. I think they were like 2,000 US dollars here, and I got mine for like 1,500, maybe 1,400. And I bought it at Best Buy, which is crazy, but it worked out well. But yeah, welcome on in, Chaos. We are polishing things up. We've got a list of bugs. We're playtesting, gathering all the bugs we can, just to make sure that everything gets fixed up. There's still going to be a lot more bugs in the demo, but there might be cat girls. We'll see. There are some cats in the second town over, and I bet that you could probably craft those into some cat girls. So watch out. Also, fun fact, when Kieran is the first person to craft cat girls in the game, it will actually broadcast that to everyone else playing. We just added a system last night for anytime any player is the first person to discover a new item. So like cat girls or the ultimate sword of ultimate doom, it'll broadcast that in chat to everyone saying this player discovered this item for the first time, which is kind of fun. Let me show that off real fast. So if I go and take this herring and, combine it with a feather, I guess. Maybe we'll get something there. Surely. We get a flying fish, and we were the first to discover flying fish. And everybody playing can open up chat and hover over that and see the item themselves, even if they don't have it in their own game. I need to fix that tooltip. Let's add that. Chat tooltips aren't resized correctly. But you'll be able to see what cat girls look like in the game, I suppose. You'll discover the crippling depression item. Hell yeah. There is an item out in the world. You will find a biome that is very like spooky and turns the camera black and white. Very grainy, like Slender Man vibes. In that biome, you can find a bunch of items on the ground that are uneasy feelings. And they are very, very fun for crafting items with. Is broadcast between friends list or everyone who's on? It is everyone who's on. I don't expect too many people to play the demo. And it's just like ephemeral, like if you close the game, chat's gone forever. But everybody who's playing right now gets to see what everybody else is crafting. And that also applies to like interacting with things in the world too. So if I punch this runestone, it's generating an item here. It's probably going to be the first time that item is generated because I've never interacted with this before. But yeah, I guess I was the first to discover a runestone fragment. And I'll wipe this database before the demo goes live. Like we'll submit it to Steam and wipe it. So all these like initial items at the start will be yours for the taking. And also all the fun items like crafting Kieran's mom as an item is also going to be fun. And I think Tony was talking about doing some like challenges of like first person to craft this wins this, first person to craft this wins that. I think that'd be fun too. I don't know what his plans are with that offhand, but could be fun. I know for a while, one of the streams like a few months ago, we were trying to craft a soul. So we'll probably do something of like first person to craft a soul gets this. We'll see though. How big is the download? I think it's like 20 gig. It's been a while since what's the term? Tree shook it. Like extracted out all the pieces that aren't in use. So it gets a little bit smaller. Like our project itself is like 40 gig, I think. But when we build it, I think it goes down to 20 gig. So it's pretty chunky right now, but hopefully not too big. Right, we were fixing this. So when we open this chat window, we block input globally here. And that apparently also includes the buttons to close it. So we're just going to say if is focused. So if it's not open and input is not blocked, then we can press enter to open it. But if it is open, so this is false. Wait. Boolean logic. We want if it's open or input is not blocked, then that should work. Would modding be allowed in the future? Modding would almost certainly not only be allowed, but be encouraged. I think it'd be super, super fun to like have level editors where you can kind of craft, like there's a lot of really cool escape room type things that you can do with this system. I think it'd be very, very simple to add, like letting you add your own items, your own item recipes, maybe your own workstations. We haven't really talked too much about modding, but I think it makes a lot of sense because like the whole game is about being creative. So it makes a lot of sense that you'd want people to be creative to enable other people to be even more creative. All right, we open chat. Hi chat. We close chat. It works. We open it, we close it. We open it, we close it. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We test linking something that does not work when it's closed, but when we open it, it works. Cool, cool, cool. If we click here, we can move. That works. Perfect. So now we want to also talk to this NPC and say, yo, my boy, what up? Press enter there. The enter did not open chat, so that's perfect. He is not our boy, and what up is this gate is stuck fast. Right. And so when we close the NPC chat, that should unblock the input. So when we press enter again, we are back to chat. Cool. All right, so this bug is one we should fix. So when we hover over this, we have events set up for on mouse enter and on mouse exit to show or hide this tooltip, but when we on mouse enter and then close chat, there's no on mouse exit now. So we just want to hide all the tooltips. Let's chat tooltips aren't closed when chat is closed. This is done. This is done. Oh, we already wrote that. Okay. So let's do that. First, let's maybe not check these in. What did we just do? Oh, right. Chat window, open, close, shortcuts. Cool, cool, cool. Kieran is ready to mod the second it drops. You know what? Go for it. Bet you won't. Nexus mods, here we come. Alright, so how do we show these tooltips? Let's go find out. Because we have... Surely we have a prefab for the tooltips. Oh, I guess it's probably in chat message. Or actually, what are we doing here? Conversation message. Show linked items on hover. So here we have a tooltip to show. On pointer move, we either show or hide it. We also want to have a on disable or something. On disable. Hide any shown tooltip. Sure, that should work, hopefully. When the behavior becomes disabled or inactive, that should trigger. So we'll test that real fast. Alright, so we link an item, we open chat, we hover over it, we close chat. Did not fix it. That's alright. Let's put a breakpoint here. To make sure we're even hitting the on disable so we can determine whether it's correct or not. I'm wondering if hot reload didn't reload this change. So... Oh, on disable fired when we exited the game. Interesting. But cool. Let's recompile this. We just chill for a second. Enjoy the good vibes. Take a quick look at our list, I guess. So that's what we're working on now. Harvest animations are probably something high priority. Maybe we can do that next. But we are fully recompiled now. Let's make sure that we are... Okay, our breakpoint now has a point to hit. So surely when we open chat and then close chat, this will fire. We'll see. So any item is in the game, right? So the answer is, oh, that fired already. Right now when I start the game, there are only about 200 items in the game. And that's going to be items that like you start with, or a couple like hard-coded items, hard-coded recipes to do certain things. But at that point, any item can be created in the game. Like we can run over to this oak tree over here, which oak tree branches is the default on that. We should change that. Hold on. Oak tree branches is the default. Left click on oak trees. If I take this herring and I slap this tree with it, we'll just slap the tree itself. This item is not in the game yet, but it will be. So I don't know what cursed item you're coming up with in your mind, but you will be able to craft it, yes. We got fish scaled oak bark. 200 items is perfect, enough for me to mix and match. Yeah, we've only really like a lot of them are mostly just for being able to like drop in the world. So if I give this guy a tool to solve the quest, which we start with a tool, so why wouldn't we? Here's a good example of like there's a dropped item here. This is an item that we had to hard code in so that we could drop it on the ground and have it all like ready without needing to generate it when the player gets near. But it's always going to be a health potion, or it's always going to be 5 health potions, I guess. We were the first person to find that in the world, so we also got the message of like first person to discover it. If we run over here, there's always going to be a dropped like ring in this little garden. So like these items are ones that are in the game, but very, very quickly things spiral out of hand when you just start using random tools on random objects. Like these scissors on an ancient boulder is just immediately going to start creating items off the fly. We got more scissors. Interesting. We got a hoe, a shovel, different tools you can find around town. I think there's trash around here somewhere that you can pick up and have as an item. Not sure where, but lots of items throughout the world to find, yes. Can we customize our characters, or will I be a Nordic-looking man with a beard? So right now you can't customize your character. My plan originally was to have a little bit of customization just from like equipping things. So when you have all your items fully equipped, you'll look like a Nordic man with a beard wearing a coat. But we do want to do character customization. We just didn't really have time to build it in the demo. You can hack the game maybe with a mod and just disable the beard if you want to look like a Nordic looking man without a beard. You look a little derpy though, with a really high def inside of your mouth. Why is his tongue mottled? Yep. There's something I want to make. Clue is in your name, Lord Zeno. Is it like an alien? Also, while we are brainstorming ridiculous things, disregard the alien over here that you can talk to and solve quests for, and his spaceship and robots that serve him. But if you maybe want to come up with some items that you want to throw in the game, I'd be happy to make those and just drop them in a dropped item somewhere in the world for you to find. But here's where you'll find like uneasy feelings as an item, which is really fun to craft with. We've got a tome of forbidden knowledge you can harvest from. Lots of fun stuff to work with if you explore the world. Can't wait to be a man without a beard. Me too. I totally forgot what I was testing, but I'm gonna assume that it works now. Let's Oh, right. We were... So if we open and close chat... Oh, interesting. We cannot open chat. There's something eating our inputs. So we have input service. There is a block on it for some reason. Let's just clear that. So here, when we open, close chat. Hi, sir. Are you going to talk to me? Yeah. So on disable is not firing when we close. I guess because the chat messages are still there. Interesting. So where are we? We could just delete these like from that focus function. Let's see how they're created. So we've got a ref item tooltip that we just use. Yeah, we can just destroy that, or set that hidden. This guy always has quests about like how he sounds and how he talks because of a personality that we gave him. But we also don't have a lot of items or objects in the game relating to sound. If anybody has any ideas on like things that we could add that might give the player some more opportunities to make like potions relating to sound or like enchanted things relating to sound, hit me with it, because this guy specifically, his quests are always so hard to solve. But we know now that we are using ref item tooltip on the UI references, so what we can do is just, when we are closing this, hide any shown tooltips. Set active false. Easy peas. So now hover that and it gets closed. Hurrah! Thank you, active reload. Can you make fireworks? Probably. I mean, yes. It's one of those items that like, it would be very cool if you could use them and see them. We don't have any of the like 3D models or anything yet, but you should be able to make the item of fireworks. Maybe like make paper and make gunpowder, maybe. I'm not actually sure how fireworks are made. This guy's so needy. Fun fact, you can also press shift to crouch and then NPCs will not talk to you because they cannot see you. But I think we did indeed fix this. Is my world for me only, or am I sharing it with others, / can I join others' worlds? In this demo, the world is for you only, so you're not going to see anybody else. But also the world will reset every time you play. So it's going to function the same, but you're going to have like new recipes you're discovering, new items you're discovering, new quests, all that. But maybe we'll rig up the storage chest to let you save items between playthroughs. That might be nice, because you do have a big storage for saving stuff, and it feels bad for me like to spend a lot of time crafting cool stuff and then like be done playing and it goes away. It would be nice if we could maybe save that between playthroughs, because otherwise you're resetting the world each time. But if you get something cool, it would be nice not only to show it off to everyone that you made it. Wait, is that chat not scrolling? Oh my goodness. Why? Why is it one message away? But yeah. let me note that down. Chat scrolling wonky. Again with many messages. Yeah, it would be cool if you could craft something really, really cool and save it for the next playthrough. Let's see. Can you slide cancel? That sounds like some Call of Duty stuff, and I don't know what that is, so I'm gonna assume you cannot. Maybe later, though. Wow. Actually, yeah. Like, this is an item that gives you plus 15 crafting, which would level up this skill while you have it. Crafting. And we don't have the perks here listed yet. Maybe I'll add those now. But as you level up crafting, you're going to be learning new recipes at the loom to like make new items. So equipping that item that we just made would let you unlock all that. So storing that for like the next playthrough would probably be pretty cool. It's worth 4.5 gold. I wonder if that's going to cause issues. I haven't even considered fractional gold amounts. If we sell that... oh wait, it was still... So we have 13 gold. Okay, just rounds. So we just need to round it in the UI as well. Am I allowed to stream it on Twitch, or do I have to sign an NDA? Again, not only allowed, but encouraged. I would love to watch you stream it on Twitch. I think we're going to learn a lot by watching people play. Like, there's so many things that I probably make look incredibly easy because I know how things work and I'm amazing at gaming. But I'm sure there's going to be so many things that, like, once you go in, you're like, how do I open my inventory? How do I, like, interact with this or jump, or how do I use tools? And so it would be really nice for us to be able to see all those things, like, as they happen. Not to, like, tell you what to do and, like, fix those, but more so, like, we know what's not clear. So I would love for you to stream it, and I would also love to watch you stream it. And also I'd love you to stream it. Love to watch you stream anything. Don't mind that. Alright, so what are we fixing here? Chat scrolling. The oak tree is a quick fix. Chat tooltips are going to be a little bit of a pain, I think. They're not really high priority. The harvest animations are probably pretty high priority also. Let's kind of prioritize some of these. Maybe like this. So we can start looking at our tool belt item tooltips, because we added in code that, like, let's see, I'll go make some equipment. We added in code that looks to see if a tooltip is off screen, and it shoves it back on stream if so. So let me make like a helmet, bread bucket. Surely that's a bread helmet. So a bread head armor. Sure. Something about the bucket template always makes helmets. I wonder if that's intentional. But for a while, these tooltips would go off screen. You can kind of see it bumps up to the edge. We have the same thing for down here. I'm not really sure why it suddenly stopped working, but I think that's a reasonable thing to fix next. So we'll have to hunt down where that tooltip lives and like how we're triggering it though. But I think we might be able to jump to inventory slots, maybe? And then on mouse enter, Or maybe tooltip. So we're dropping it on the ground. Let's see. Let's go to our equipment window. Let's look at this. We have inventory slot manager. Is that what I was looking at? Oh, I was just looking at inventory. Inventory slot manager. Pointer down, grab stuff, receive stuff. On pointer enter, on pointer exit. Okay, show item tooltip. Cool, cool, cool. If there's an item in this slot to show a tooltip for, we show it. So, item tooltip UI controller. It's probably, yep, reposition the mouse. Here's where we're getting screen dimensions. But I was assuming we wouldn't be accounting for the Y position yet, and that it was only left, right? But apparently we are. Huh. So let's see here. So to get our mouse position, get the dimensions of the tooltip, which could be wrong. Let's go grab this. Item, tooltip, tooltip. And we get the screen dimensions. So these are two different things that could be very wrong. This is the X position, Y position of where we want to position it from mouse position, accounting for the screen size. All right, we'll just trace through that and see what looks wrong. You hear that, Remy Wolf? That is actually where I started the stream today. I played Remy Wolf album, and then I played a Beabad Doobie album. And now we've come full circle. We are partying today. Alright, let's see if we can trigger that breakpoint. Because it could actually be that like my screen is bigger than the window we're drawing it in, so it might just be drawing it like outside of that window, since the game itself will be full screen. But if I were to like, right, I can't put things on my hotbar without hovering over them. Let's do this real fast. We put that down here. Like, it technically doesn't go off my screen. I know this is really tiny for you guys to see over here, but like my screen goes down to here. So if I expand this, like, it's not a really big tooltip. It does seem like it would go off my screen though. So now is where we will go hover over it. Is it open already? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, so not open. Now we set our breakpoint. We go come in from the bottom, hover over it. Okay, so mouse position is, that looks about right for a 4K screen, like 1600 pixels to the left, 33 pixels up. Tooltip size has a height of 0. That's definitely wrong. Screen size That looks about right. 2,000 pixels up, 4,000 across. So yeah, it's definitely the tooltip size. The rect is not being calculated correctly. So can we just refresh tooltip size to make sure the rect is calculated? Does that work? Continue, blah, blah, blah. I think we'll need to rebuild for that. So let's just do that real fast. And also, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, refill my water. Y'all should get a drink of water yourselves. I'll be right back in 1 minute while this recompiles, and then we will keep on keeping on. Thanks for being here. Be right back. All right, we're in business. Surely the bug fixed itself while we were gone, right? Let's see, what were we fixing? Oh yeah, the tooltip calculates that it has no height. So let's go see if that is true still. This is Dimitri behind me. He is famous for turning off my computer midstream and also meowing really loud and getting into fights with all the cats in the neighborhood. Even though we don't let him outside, he just punches the windows. And then we have Lucy. Both of them are in here because their feeder just went off. So she's munching. He's waiting his turn and modeling for the camera. Let me see. We've got some fancy emotes for both of them thanks to the Cozy Biscuit. If you subscribe to her, you can use emotes of my cats. Our cats. Let's see here. Is this fixed? No. Okay. I didn't know why I expected it to be, but I was hoping that it would be. So the question is, why is this tooltip suddenly not calculating its height correctly? And that's probably also the reason why this happens. Let's go with like that guy. The height is also not correctly calculated on this. Wait. And empty? Alright, I gotta change that text. Dang. Empty vial description. Huh, that's wild. They're beautiful, thank you. He is a pretty boy, and so is Lucy is very pretty too. Nobody ever gets to see her though. Right. I don't know how to force this to calculate a height. Let's go look at the structure of the object. So we've got a lot going on in here. But we do have a top-level vertical layout group, which should be calculating a height. We have a header section. When we disable it and re-enable it, the layout gets pushed around. We have a height of 0. Huh. Do we need a content size fitter, I guess? Let's try that. Content size fitter with vertical fit, preferred size, which sets the height for us. We can't adjust it. Cool. And if we were to disable the main section, height gets updated to the correct value, so surely that'll fix it, right? I mean, this guy doesn't have a content size fitter on it, so its height is also potentially wrong, but I feel like it gets calculated manually. So if we load that data, yeah, it gets set. Oh no, what's that? We have bullet points. I forgot how we worked on this. You know what? That's fine. It kind of looks cool. It's cool enough. But let's go look and see how we compute that height, because we might just want to do the same thing for the whole tooltip. Probably like dot height is equal to, no? Do we have scripts on? No. I think it's, Resize text height to fit contents is what we added in for all of the text mesh pros. Yet apparently we also have a content size fitter. Which we know is not working. So if we disable that, let's just go look at the state. What's broken, what's not. We'll find out. Surely it's everything, but we'll see what we got. Yeah, so we did use this. We switched to a content size fitter, but they're pretty slow, so I'd love to switch back to manual height calculations. But here, yeah, when we disabled the content size fitter, now all of them are not working. So probably what we should do is disable this and then bring back the content size fitter. Definitely don't want both. Let's see that. Resize container to fit contents. We could use on the top level. Hopefully. Yeah, we're not using it on the tooltip as a whole. Resize container to fit contents. This game object. I'm not going to save that so it doesn't hot reload in, but I do want to just verify here. Oh, maybe we did need both. Oh, right. Yeah, we did need both because we're setting the height of the TextMesh Pro with the script, and then the content size fitter is adding that to the layout and passing that height up. So it's really janky code, but let's do that. So all those should be back to normal, but we're also going to just set this top level tooltip to be the height of all of its content. And I think we call that in debug as well. So we should be able to verify that that's working if we take out this content size fitter and then give it a height of 0 and then load in an item. So now it has the correct height without needing the content size fitter. Perfect. All right, let's look at that in the game. Surely everything won't be horribly broken, which this code is black magic, so feel like things break and fix at will, and I don't play a part in it. But we will check anyway. All right, moment of truth. Tooltips look good up here. And if we were to see one, wow, they're even fixed in the chat window. Okay, let's ping a few more. Make sure they're all fixed. They actually are all fixed. That's crazy. That is not even the bug we were trying to fix. So if we, and it also fixed the tool belt. They get pushed up, so they're in view. They're not perfectly aligned with your cursor, but I think that's fine. Like, it doesn't need to be pixel perfect for the demo, I guess. One small bit of polish that we could do, like going back to things that I know I need to do, and I do like second nature without even realizing it. When you hover over an item, you see the tooltip. But when you drag an item into another slot and keep hovering over it, you're not seeing the tooltip because we're never firing that on mouse enter on it. So without even realizing it, I just caught myself doing it. I do this to be able to see the tooltip like immediately. Same with the tool belt. Doesn't show. Then I hover over and show. I wonder why it's got a box way up here even. Huh. But we can go ahead and just fire that on mouse enter on item drop as well, because we know that you're already hovering over it if you've dragged it somewhere. So maybe we'll do that. Let's add that to the list. Fire on mouse enter on inventory slot managers on drop on in drop. But this guy looks fixed. Don't want to get into animations quite yet. We can fix this tree real fast. That'll be an easy one. But let's go ahead and put some scrap leather on a herring. Discover something new. Code might be janky, but at least it's not if-else loops within if-else loops within if-else loops. I wish there was an easy way that I could just search my code for the deepest if-else loops I have, because there are definitely some deep ones. But you're right, it isn't that deep. It's just janky. We discovered a leather-bound herring. Perfect. And we mix that up with a vial. See what we get. Potion of Fortitude. Heck yeah. Oh yeah, I guess this chat is still struggling. I wonder if some of these messages aren't calculating their heights correctly either. Let's go take a quick look. Oh, we got the bug replicated. So UI windows, chat window. So I'm gonna guess that maybe these ones down here don't have their height set. No, that's fine. We might have just not had the window big enough. Yeah. Alright, easy fix. I was expecting that to be nasty. Let's exit out and make that actual change, since it reverts when you make that change in play mode. I also want to note down, maybe we can save load items in storage chest between plays. That would be really nice. But let's quickly fix this. This guy just needs anchored to whatever its parents' dimensions are, so it'll expand correctly. Cool. So that means we get to check off this guy. And also we fixed the chat tooltips, so we are just making our way through all these low priority things that we keep saying we're not going to do, instead of doing all these high priority things. So let's work on another low priority thing. Inventory manager, slot manager, on end drag is what we're looking for. On end drag. So here, oh, that's wild. I didn't know we lock player movement while dragging an item. Huh. Oh, I bet it's because, yeah, so movement is just when your mouse is down and you're hovering over a terrain. So when you're dragging an item, like from your inventory over to an NPC, your mouse is down while you're hovering over the terrain. So that's why we lock the movement, I guess. So if we get a receiver, yada, 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 if all goes well, it's going to move over correctly. So now we can just fire off on mouse enter on the target slot, since we know the cursor is already in it. And I think that is probably how you do that. I was going to say I have no idea how to do that. But we do want to fire on iPointer enter, I think. Yeah. Drop target. What are these parameters? Target, event data, functor. Sure. We'll see if that works. So we'll mark this guy to test next time we're in. This guy is pretty low priority. Let's put him down here, and then we might as well while we're knocking out all the low priority things. Empty vial. Description and empty. Let's delete that and just generate one for us. So the descriptions on items is actually important. Like, unlike most games where it's just kind of flavor for the player to read, it is flavor for the player to read here also, but the descriptions are actually used in the logic of crafting items. So if I were to say, like, this empty vial has mystical properties and emits screams, like whatever you craft with it will have those properties as well, and it'll have that kind of embedded in the description of the new item as well. So we want to be careful with our words here and just say something simple like this glass vial is a staple for alchemists looking to make a quick potion out of reagents. So now that implies, like, if you combine it with something, it'll probably be a potion. And this is what we start the player out with, like, a few of in order to be able to make potions, and they can craft more later and stuff. So that'll work. Don't think we need to verify that that is done. Maybe we can just say that's done. All right. So, you know what? The oak tree is also a quick fix. Let's do that too. We run over here. It's probably just the script needs a right click only. So we have oak tree, which is left click. We also have oak tree trunk, which is right click only. Oak tree leaves, which is right click only. Oak tree branches is not right click only. So we just toggle that on. Now it doesn't show on the left click hover. You have to right click that object to be able to interact with the leaf or the branches. All right, bet. Done. I am confident. I don't even need to test that one. All right, now we've got bigger things. We've got an easy one that is adding our Loom recipes to the crafting skill perks. So if we go over to, like, Loom window manager, we haven't decided what levels to unlock all these at, so maybe I'll hold off on that. But we have that, like, notebook page in game of you go click on a skill, you see what you get at each level. We want it to say, like, level 1 you can craft these, level 2 you can also craft these, level 3 you can also craft these, and so on, like we do with the blacksmithing skill. So we don't have that in the game, we just need to add that as, like, content, but you actually can craft all these at level 1 right now. So that's fine for now. The buff bar is having issues being truncated, apparently. And I'm pretty sure that works in the actual editor, but I wonder if something is, like, overlapping with it. So that's like when you drink a potion and you have some effects on you. It's supposed to show a little icon here with the effect. You can hover over the icon, see the effects of it, what item gave it to you, how long is remaining. We have a little, like, countdown thing, radial effect, so it'll kind of show you how much time is left visually. And as you get a lot of effects, they just kind of layer on that way. But when we tested earlier, you could only see just a little sliver of it. So we're going to go in, we're going to see if these display correctly. Might be a good way to kind of bisect where the error is. And we're going to also eat the apple we start with, which gives us some intelligence. It's a good way to get a little buff icon here. We can test that and make sure it's still an issue, I guess. Okay, they all are showing correctly. Interesting. But if we grab this apple and eat it, it doesn't grow correctly. I wonder if it's a bug in how we animate the, like, it kind of explodes out. Let's see what we can discern. It has a height of 8 for some reason. But if we increase that height, it gets correct. So let's see if we calculate the height anywhere in here. I'm sure we don't. It's probably scale into existence. Which just handles local scale, which I would expect to affect both height and width equally if this was the bug. So I'm not sure that that actually is. I wonder if we open this prefab. Wait, are none of these prefabs? What's going on here? So this is the controller for an individual. How do we show new buff icons? Let's see. Somewhere in here we'll have load buff data that gets called here. Okay, UI references prefab buff UI display. So let's go see that. References prefab buff UI display. There we go. So this guy, the prefab has a height of 84 apparently. So let's just nix that. Headed to workout class, Cozy. Good luck. You're gonna do great, and I will see you soon. Thanks for being here, and you're gonna kill it. Alright, that prefab is now resized, so I imagine if we have something else that we can eat, maybe we can take that feather, turn it into a potion that gives us some move speed. We can consume that and get a new... It's a weapon. Interesting. Let's try a bandage. I mean, that would be a cool weapon, though. Bandage vial. Sure. It's probably going to be another material since both components are materials. Rejuvenating vial. You kind of need something that's a consumable. But... bread? I love bread. Rejuvenating bread. Alright, closer. What we can do is we can just exit out and try again. We'll have an apple we can eat. We just want to make sure we're verifying that that prefab gets sized correctly. So let's actually make sure that that remained. Okay, outside. Let's load in, but let's get rid of all these guys up front. And let's check it out. Alright, this is the time. It's gonna work perfectly. We just grab this apple, close our inventory so we can see it. We eat the apple. Perfect. Easy peas. We see buffs again. Alright, good fix. That was a lot easier than I expected it to be. Let's check in a bunch of stuff. I mean, I guess, can we just stream fixes? Let's go ahead and, I mean, I guess at this point we can start looking at the harvest animations. Since it's a pretty hefty thing to get into. Hopefully it'll be a quick fix, but it's also like a very impactful thing. Like, we don't want players to... That tree is floating. We don't want players to just click on a tree and then you literally just stand there forever while you harvest. We want to have some animations and stuff. So we've discovered pine needles. Great, great, great. If we aren't researching and we click, we do an animation. That's the animation we want. That loops correctly. But I think the problem is when we go into it from the research. So we have our animation for researching. And then when that finishes, we automatically trigger the harvest. But however we're triggering it must be different from triggering it from like player input, because this is playing the animation. I hope it's not going to be a race condition of like we play the animation but the end of research is like culling any active animations or something. But let's dig in, since that'll be a nice, very nice fix to have in before we build this demo. And I'll probably keep streaming for like another hour maybe. Why not? So we're in it for the long haul, my friends. Thanks for being here. Hope you're having a great day. Hope me in the background or on your second monitor is nice. Hi. Let's see here. So where to start? Well, maybe the first place to start is to go plop that tree back into the ground so he's not floating. Any other trees floating around these parts? Looks good to me. Alright, one other thing. We want to disable brother Solus' mind reading. We have some debug to see into one of the NPC's brains, what they're thinking. Probably don't want that turned on, but it's kind of cool to see. Alright, so, right, animator. So we have our player animator, which is a spider web, and I know, and I'm sorry. Even has sub spider webs. We have a sub machine for locomotion, so we can do some like different animations for jump based on whether it's from a running start or a standing start, or whether you're going to transition into running or whether you transition into just standing still. Fun stuff there, but it looks a little bit better. Still need to clean up this bad boy. But let's figure out. So here's our researching loop. Let's maybe rename some of these. Start researching. Researching loop. End researching. So this is the loop that plays while you research. It is great. It's fine. We need to double check that our transition into harvesting, so like all of these, is gonna fire correctly, and we also want to double check that we have a method for like, or we have some management stuff around triggering these sorts of Boolean conditions, and we want to make sure that we're not clearing that in that transition. Oh god, this is giving me PTSD on my thesis game. I had such a complicated web of actions. Yeah, you should have seen this before I mean, this itself was a web like this, and it was this same web, so it was like twice as thick. I'm slowly pulling stuff out, but I haven't messed with like layers before. That would be cool to find, but I only just learned about substates, which I think will help clean things up, but boy howdy, everything I've done has been crazy webs, so I understand. Alright, here's our alchemy animation. We might as well rename that while we're here too. Just cleaning things up a little bit. Alchemy start, or let's keep the same naming convention. Start alchemy. Alchemy loop. End alchemy. And I'm using these names instead of the actual like animation names, which I normally do because it's, I mean, I like knowing what the actual animations are, but we'll probably swap these animations out for something else later. So I think this is fine for now. All right, so there's no way to make this look nice. All right, so we have entry. We've got locomotion stuff here. We have talking, which I think we play that when we start, when we open an NPC dialogue. Let's just double check is talking. While we're in the animator, I feel like there's so much to work with and work on. But this is where we're going to be working in the code anyway, so we might as well get a little bit familiar, right? So we have these helper functions here of start playing interaction animation and stop playing interaction animation. And they just manage a queue. So, for example, the life cycle of like going and interacting with a tree. We have an animation for researching. We have a lot of animations for harvesting, depending on what tool you have. So what's going to happen is when you interact with that tree originally, it's going to be like, hey, you need to research what you get. So it's going to pop on, or pop is the wrong verb here. It's going to append, is that the verb? It's going to enqueue an animation flag of researching, which is going to set our is researching bool true on the massive web we have. And then when that's done, we're going to simultaneously dequeue that researching flag off and also enqueue whatever flag our tool animation is bound to. So it's very like overhead, but I think it'll be nice for playing these animations in sequence and transitioning correctly between them, but also it gives us this mapping of like named flags that we can generate from LLMs, which should let us later on be able to generate new animations on the player as well with a flag associated with it. So I mean, that's eventually we want to be able to like, oh, you crafted a sword, but we don't have a swing animation yet. So it'll also generate a swing animation with Unity's new like animation generation, text to animation, whatever it is. And then that'll be now a valid action for items to generate with that flag. So when you use that item, you do that animation. It's very like, it's overkill for right now, I know, but I think this will be a good base for when that is possible. So, I mean, I guess we can, let's go in and watch this happen. So we interact with this bush. We would expect to start this researching loop. And then ideally, we are going to go into one of these states. where even? There we go. All right, so we're just idling. Sure. Let's interact with something else so we can see that researching loop. Then we come back when it's done. So we never trigger the actual flag for what kind of harvest we're doing. So that's fine. We can work through that. So let's find where we do our research, because at the end of that is where we trigger our harvest. And we're probably going to just need whatever line we have where we trigger our harvest from player input. So let's find that. So we'll just start from the top, I guess. Like, you click on an object, you're going through here. We find the thing you're interacting with. We queue up an interaction with it. We eventually call interact on it. So that's going to be generic interactable world objects. Inherits from that class we just saw and defines their own interact function. So here we branch off basing on what kind of tool or what kind of item you're interacting with. If it's a tool or a weapon, we do different stuff than if it's a consumable, like you pour it on the object or whatever. So let's go with the tool, interact with tool. We're going down, we do some checks on whether you can harvest. Here's where we branch for whether you go straight to harvest or if you need to research before you harvest. So we're going to check to see if there's already a recipe in the game for an axe on a tree or a fishing rod on a tree. If there is, then we can go ahead and just start harvesting. If there's not, that's where we're going to start this research coroutine. So here's where we start playing our researching animation. We show some UI, we show a tutorial if we need to, and then we start the actual research coroutine, which at the end is where we start the harvest. So start interaction with. I'm gonna guess that we're not gonna see any animator start here. And I think we are right. So we just need whatever line plays our harvest animation. So it's going to be up here. If we know we're harvesting, we see it. This guy. So we either play a default from the player, or if the item has a custom animation, we play that. So that should be able to just play here if we get our active tool. Hey Tony, welcome back. Hope you had some safe travels. We are working through bugs. We're doing as many as we can, but things are looking pretty good. The chat server is working great. Linking items looks good. I'm discovering everything in the game, so we'll have to wipe that database when the build goes live. But things are looking pretty good. Now let's see if we can go back a little bit. So let's go back to our research coroutine. At the end we get our recipe, and then we complete the harvest generation. Begin interaction with should be grabbing our tool, surely. Oh, here's the harvest coroutine. Yeah, we can just play it here, I guess, because we're gonna get our tool here, I assume. Yeah, it's a chunky method. You know what? We can just pop that right in there. That method exists where? On everything. Huh. So it's going to be on our target. Interactable object. So either we will, if our active tool belt item has its own animation, we play that animation. If it doesn't have one, then we default to whatever the default animation is for a player interacting with this object. Let's see, you're going to make some more cinematics. Hell yeah, they look so good. Then cut the shots I have together for us to use. Using Cinemachine and Unity has been pretty fun. It seems like it'd be really fun. It seems kind of hard to like get started with up front, but seems pretty cool. Well, let me see if I can, for anybody watching, Tony's been working on some pretty sick cinematics. It's gonna be sweet. Not trying to add more stuff to the demo build, but did you end up adding any of the basic tutorial stuff, like combine any two items? I did not. We're probably going to need to build some systems around like how we want to display that text, when we need to like hide it after they've done that, how we want to detect like when they've done that. I didn't yet, but if the worst feedback that we get on the demo is that I don't know what to do, it's probably good feedback to have. But I also think that the chat might help a lot with that. I might add a few more tutorial windows of like telling people to do these things. That might be a good way to kind of ease into it. But I am envisioning like we can patch it in. We can do something like the classic MMO quest box over here that's just like a checklist of tutorial things to do. You should craft 2 items, you should harvest with an item, blah blah blah, and we can go like hard code in when they've done those things. We can turn those off, but I just haven't got to it. Also, you put some more cinematics in the screenshots channel. Rhino in the town one. Oh yeah. I can show those off real fast too. So yeah, first of all, let me link Steam page for anybody watching. We're submitting this demo to Steam tonight. You all should go wishlist the page so you can get an email when it's live and test out this awesome crafting system. But here's some cinematics of the game as well. Tony's working on them. This one's better at slow speed, but I don't know how to play it in a slower speed from Discord. But, yeah, they're looking sick. This one, it's got like a jerky moment right there, if you see it. I'm not sure that I like that. But, yeah, it looks really cool. I think you should, I don't know if you've set up the cameras in the scene to where you can re-record. But also the land coming in and out in the background here this whole time is very distracting to me. It'd be nice to not have that. But it looks really cool. I like it a lot. I don't know if you can see the giant sword in the distance from here, but it might also be cool to like swing around at the end. Let me see if I can go find it. To show off like the other sword. So like, if you're circling around here as you are, it might be cool to have some sort of like shot set up like this, or however you want to do it. I mean, we can also rotate these things around too. But I think linking it to that one in the distance also adds a cool, like, oh, what is that at the end? But yeah, you'll definitely have to turn up your render distance in order to see that. I don't know how we want to frame it though. I can leave that to you. What was I doing? Oh, right. Animations. Let's look at this. So we did just add what might actually do it. Hot reload also might have just patched it in. So let's see if it just works. TM. Here's our research animation. And then when we're done researching, we go straight to harvesting. All right, we got our harvest animation as well. So let's try that again with something else. We have 200 pine needles. Might as well harvest from a rock with one of those. So we will go straight into the research animation, which is just like looking down. It's a little odd that we're already out of that, but all right, we're going into gathering, which makes sense. Cool, cool, cool. All right, I think that works. And we don't, like, the system is built to where items can have custom animations, but I don't think we actually generate those animation names yet in item creation. So it's more just a placeholder for the future. But all right, let's see our bugs. Harvest animations aren't looping. I dare say they are. Let's double check on the ground here. Just let it run for a while, I guess. I gotta finish this coffee before the sun goes down. But it sure looks like we are just continuing to loop here, which is great. Play harvest animation when transitioning from research. Cool. So I guess we can add the loom recipes. We kind of need to decide at what level you get each, but you know what? We don't have that many. We can just do something and we can always patch it around later. So let's kind of break these down. We have 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. 20 different things. If we look at our Anvil window manager, we have 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32. And we're getting like 4 every other level effectively. So I think we can do something similar here where we're getting like 4, maybe 3 every level or something like that. Or 2 every level might kind of even out with the differences. But I think doing 1 per level also looks a lot nicer. Like in the codex, when you go click and see what you get on each level, it's a lot clearer when you say like, oh, level 7 is craft thread or craft socks or whatever, versus kind of the way that we've done it in the Anvil is, oh, level 7 gives you weapons, parentheses, dagger, sword, mace, whatever. It'd be nice to just have like 1 per level. And I guess you level up fast enough, it seems fine. So let's go ahead and let's order these. Maybe 1 per level is optimistic that people will actually enjoy the skill enough to actually level it up. But let's assume that we're gonna unlock 1 of these per level and let's just order them. And then we'll do 1 per level. But I'm gonna put them in a list here so we can actually kind of order them a little bit nicer. But if anybody has any, first of all, if you think of other things that you might want the player to be able to craft at a loom specifically, so like mostly thread-based, fabric-based things, any items that aren't here, please let me know and we can add them in, because it's literally that easy. You just name an item and it is created. But also, if you see any of the ordering that I'm doing and you're like, wow, you're so stupid, let me know too, so I can think about the ordering a little bit too. But a lot of these early ones were, especially Mask Glove Boots, we started with those because we kept talking to NPCs and being like, hey, I really need to make some gloves for this guy to solve his quest. So that kind of what spawned the loom. So let's kind of keep those at the start. Maybe we can go gloves and boots first. Maybe we can do mask a little bit later. Let's kind of just shove stuff around. Gloves level 1, sure. Boots. So something else simple might be like socks, belt, underwear even. Maybe underwear a little bit later too, because it's probably really funny to give to NPCs. Let's see. It's such a smooth way to incorporate skill systems but keep it open-ended. Absolutely. And what we can also do is like, I mean, for us as developers, just throw that in ChatGPT and say, hey, what am I missing? And it gives us the names, which also adds more items, which is kind of a crazy way to compound on these systems. Yeah, I like it. I spent a lot of time on these systems up front to finally get some fruit out of them now. Without having to go in and like hard code everything. I've got an idea for a new skill for us. Creativity skill. A higher creativity lets the player increase the temperature on the LLMs. I thought about increasing or decreasing the temperature as like a game mechanic. I think that's a very cool like thing to play with, and maybe let's put in like a workstation at first that like we have the crusher that lets the player adjust the power level. Like, let me see this. To kind of impact the LLM. Where are we at? UI windows, workstations, crusher window. So this guy, you put in an item and you can adjust the power level of like, do I want to just break it in half? Do I want to break it into rough pieces, grind it down to dust, etc.? We could probably do something very similar for like a chaos factor or something that like makes sense to the game world. Yeah, chaos, as you said. And like you could increase the chaos and it really increases the temperature versus, or you could even like decrease it from the default, and I don't know what the impacts of that would be, but that'd be something to definitely play with, I'd say. And these workstations are pretty easy to make, so maybe we can throw that in our first patch or something. That's a good idea. I've also been toying with the idea of like a research skill or something. I'm not sure yet what to call it, but I think as you're researching in all these other skills and like discovering stuff and coming up with things, it might be cool to make a research skill that has some rewards of, like, I keep thinking of NPC actions or like workstations that we could use to like, maybe you find let's say scissors and something that'll make it like more interesting. Let's do some scrap leather on a chisel, and then we'll combine that with like a feather maybe. But if you find some item that you're like, ooh, this is interesting, leather hand chisel, let's throw a feather on that. Like, you're going to get a description for the item, and you're going to be able to read that like initial thing, like a chisel lightened by a feather's touch. Sure. Like, that's fine. But I think it'd be cool to also be able to take that to a workstation and not necessarily like change the item, but like research the item, or like give it to an NPC to do some research, like historical research, so they could tell you a story about it, or like you could expand the description into like how it was made, or like ask specific questions about it, or like basically a lot of that like world building stuff. It doesn't really make a lot of sense on its own, but I think it could be really cool to add in, and also would make a lot of sense under like I thought the creativity skill might have it at first, but more like researching or like knowledge or something like that could be fun. Wind crafted chisel. Let's harvest some of that. make sure our animations are still working, I guess. Yeah, I feel like the is researching doesn't necessarily loop correctly, but luckily the researches are pretty short. We probably should get that loop working. Let me add that to the notes. Research animation doesn't loop. Because if like we have 10 billion people playing and the server gets a little throttled, the research will probably take a little bit longer. So it'd be nice to have that loop on the animation so they're not just sitting there being like, am I doing anything? Pine shavings, cool. All right, let's get back to reordering this list. So these are things we can craft at the loom when we bring like textiles as a material and select a button for our template of what to craft. So level 1, level 2. What's something else simple? Maybe like thread, or maybe we can have some that we start with, like some really basic things. I missed the animation. I love the little jump animation when they level up. Let's have some basic things that they'll start with. And then we'll start at like level 2. We start unlocking things one at a time. So rope, ribbon's a good one. These are all very like very specific. Canvas could be a good 4th one to start with, but it's a little specific. Maybe we add that later. I think some sort of like equipment, something you could feasibly put on, like socks or a mask might be a good one to start with. But they're a little like complicated versus these kind of materials effectively. So I would say either mask or socks. Mask is going to be more useful. So let's just do that. So they'll start with these 4 unlocked at level 1. Let's double check that we have a grid of 4. Loom window. It's actually a grid of 6. Okay, so we could start with like 6 items known. So we could even throw in socks, maybe a hat, or maybe else just something else that's kind of very material based. Thread, yarn, string. String is probably a good one. Let's just do string. And we'll double check that string is something we have hard coded in. Cool. Yeah, we can make string. Because otherwise it'd be generating every time, which we don't want. All right, so we'll start with these 6, which will be row 1, and then at each level, they'll unlock something new. So I think let's start with a lot of the clothes. Maybe pants here, pants and shirt before robe. We can do hat up here. Cloak, maybe cloak before robe even. Belt is probably a nice little accessory. Let's put it there. Underwear we can have as the final thing you can craft, sure. Scarf is a good accessory, I bet. Let's put that there, yeah. I don't know about towel, blanket, curtains, pillowcase. Like, they are things that you can make. But they might not be very, like, interesting or useful items. Like, maybe a towel. A towel, you know what? We can have a towel. A blanket. Sure, we can do a blanket. But curtains and a pillowcase, maybe not. Alright, so this is kind of our level up path. The player is going to start with knowing these 6, so they'll fill that first row. And then at level 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc., they'll learn these new things, which we rig up in 2 ways. One is actually doing the logic here, and then 2 is writing the skill perks that say what you get at each level. and those appear when you click on the skills. Like crafting doesn't have one right now, but smithing does. And this is a good example of why I wanted to do one item per level, because this is just pretty unwieldy. Like we probably want to replace these with the item images and maybe allow you to hover over them or something. But for now, it's just listing like, oh yeah, when you get to level 3, you'll learn these 4 recipes, grouped by being basic tools. I'm not sure what we want to do about this chat overlaying. Like, we probably do want chat to be there, but maybe we render these windows on top of it. The only problem is, like the inventory window, we probably want this on top of it so we can see it when we're linking things in. A little suspicious that that is, again, causing issues. Oh no. Alright, that's a bug, I guess. If you trigger an on-mouse enter on a linked item while it's scrolling out of view, we never hit the on-mouse exit that hid the tooltip occasionally. Almost did it again, but very odd bug. Hopefully that is fine. Luckily you can just close chat and that goes away. And yeah, I like it that we removed all the raycasts. Oh, well, apparently that didn't work. I thought we had removed all the raycasts for messages here, where we could click here and like move here, but apparently not. Huh, alright, we'll double check that. So that didn't actually fix, I guess. And yeah, I guess I never tested this guy, which I don't think actually works. We probably just need to go see how we're firing that on mouse enter, but it's not that important right now. Let's get our loom working. So how do we want to do this? Let's write the logic first, and then we'll go write the skill perks. And we also need to make sure that all these they have hard-coded item templates in the game data, so we're not starting the game and generating all these items at once when we don't need to. We can just have them come with like images and stuff because they'll be in the UI. Let's see here. So, alright, easy piece. What we're going to do is if player skill level is greater than or equal to 2, we also add range, or we can just add, I guess, gloves, and then we'll go all the way down. But I think an easier way to do things is probably just, we'll do this for now. Next levels is equal to new string, blah blah blah. Grab all of these and we'll just throw it in a for loop. So we don't need to write this by hand for every single one. For int I is equal to 0, I is less than next level's dot length. We add 2 because we want it to start happening at level 2. And that should do it. Well, 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 Human. Well, well, well. Look who showed up again. Welcome back. Glad you caught me. I had somebody from your stream in here earlier who came in as like, hey, I followed you, but I have no idea who you are. And I was like, I know who you are. You are from Human's stream. It was No Jewel. But we've just been chatting. Thank God you're streaming so long today. Yeah, we are cracking the whip. That's a bad analogy. we are working hard and trying to get everything working. We're going to submit this demo to Steam tonight. So hope things are working by then. I probably will stream for like another 45 minutes. But then I must eat and be a human, and a regular human even. But yeah, we're blowing through things. I can show off some cool stuff that we built. We are in the middle of fixing up some of the last bugs. And, well, not the last bugs. The last bugs that we've listed to do on stream. There's still plenty and plenty of bugs. But yeah, how are you? How are things going? I noticed you weren't streaming yesterday, or I forgot you changed your schedule. Maybe that's why I keep missing you. I'm going to have to find a good time to catch you this time. Or next time. But I think soon I'll probably also start streaming a little bit earlier on today. So maybe that'll help too. But I think this handles our logic. Let's go ahead and also add our skill perks, which are a custom editor that I wrote a long time ago. So we'll see if this still works. If we go to crafting as a skill, it'll take us to this directory where we have a custom editor. Let's just pull it on out. Actually, I don't need to do this all windowed. And we can add skill perks here, which automatically create the perks in the project directory for us. And those are what are used to draw all those chat windows. I streamed quite long on Monday, actually. I think you should have been able to catch it. Wow, called out. Same thing tomorrow, actually. All right. I should be around tomorrow. I'm thinking tomorrow I'm going to be just like chilling. Because once you submit to Steam, like I know I've got a lot more bugs to fix that we'll just patch in and then in some patch. But I'm going to take a day to relax finally. Play some games, watch some human streams. You spent the whole day working on your hand model. Oh, nice. It's coming together then. I'm excited to see it. It's wild that so much time and effort goes into like the smallest things. Let's see here. We got some funky names on some of these actually, but that's not our problem right now. We will use this editor and hope it works. So we've got crafting. We're just going to add skill perks for each level that maps to the correct level. My phone is blowing up. Let me make sure everything is good. Things are good. Cool. All right, so they start with these 6. So level 2, level 3, etc. Let's just do it. Oh, that's going to be... Yeah, I will just window this over so it doesn't cover this. All right, add a new perk. Level 2. Description, gloves. This editor is very jank and very laggy because it's modifying all these files on disk. So it might be too suffering to get through, but we will see. Let's see if we can just add all of them and do like numbers and descriptions at once. Yeah, it's crazy, LOL. I bought a sculpted asset and needed to re-topo that. Probably topology. I don't even know what that means. Then UV mapping, texture painting, and next up is rigging and animation. That's crazy. So tired of doing this. Yeah, I did some animation earlier that was literally just... all I really did was even just rename some of these and tweak some of the times. Like that's the extent of my knowledge on rigging and animation and all that jazz. And then like creating the assets. Your streams still blow my mind. So excited to see all that. I do have it's kind of like a showcase channel. We've got our small wins channel. You should throw stuff in there. I'm sure people would love to see it. I've been just throwing in a couple little things here and there, but we got to get more people showcasing all the cool stuff they're doing. All right, so how many of these are we doing? 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. Cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Cool. Can we do these levels? They reset sometimes, and I haven't figured out why. I think it's the first time they get edited, they reset back. Oops. But I have no idea why that is. It has been something living in the code for months. I mean, that one didn't reset, I don't think. 10, 11, and I think it's just the integers that reset like this, so I'm not actually sure what's going on. 13, cool. All right, now I wonder if these fields will also reset. We got boots. Very, very slow, yes. You posted a screenshot? Perfect. Let me check that out. Oh, dang, that's a high def hand. That's crazy. Wow, that's gonna look cool. It looks great, yeah. That is crazy. I'm excited to see it in the game. Scarf. You know what? If I paste in, it's only one edit. I bet that's actually faster than typing, since it's doing a file IO every time I change a letter. Oh, did I miss some? Oh, they're resetting now. Interesting. Gloves, boot, belts, scarf, hat. Hat. Not pants. Huh. So these ones are resetting now. That's so weird. But only the first time I edit them sometimes. Oh yeah, Tony's been working on cinematics too. He figured out Cinemachine. They're looking real good so far. We're gonna use them for some like social posts, some ads, and probably also for some cinematics in the game. We'll see. Okay, we have a spare perk here. We'll see if we got everything. Oh, no we don't. This is good. This is just level 14. Right. That makes sense. 13 items starting at level 2. Alright, so things should actually work now, both like functionally and visually. Because we have starting items added at level 1. We have next levels starting at level 2. We have the perks in place, which should show in the codex. So let's just do it, I guess. We need to generate all these items for like towel, canvas, blanket, etc. So they have images in the UI. But we can do that next. Let's just head on over to that loom. Oh yeah, Human. I don't know if you've seen this, but well, let me full screen this. We have chat in the game now. This nice single player game. Yo, what up? Chat works. Also, you can link items in chat so everyone can see the items that you craft. Oh, interesting. That was not sized correctly the first frame I saw it. Huh. And also, the first person that discovers each item will get LinkedIn chat as a little achievement too. So that's exciting. If we craft these feathered boots, it says we were the first to discover feathered boots. So I finally finished that last night. I'm excited to see everyone crafting cool stuff. But like next time somebody crafts that, they don't get the chat notification. So I'll be really curious if that goes away immediately or if that stays around forever because there's just so many items. Is this going to become a multiplayer game? That's a big question. We've definitely talked about it. I think there are things that we want to add in that are multiplayer, but I don't know that we inherently see this being like an MMO where you run around and see everyone else around. But I could see like instanced dungeons where like you can team up with friends and do a shared zone or something, or being able to like send items to people, maybe through Steam friends or something. Lots of different things that we're toying with, but mostly we just wanted, like, especially for the demo, somewhere for people to be able to chat with each other, like ask questions, answer questions. Kind of there's something fun in sharing the items that you've crafted too. Like, I'm just going to be sitting in town all day crafting items and being like, what else can I make? And then when I make something cool, I'll probably be linking it in chat. Pickled herring. Perfect. Chat's still a little bit off on that last message sometimes. But yeah, I think it's just fun. I play a lot of like Diablo and Path of Exile, and I always chat all the time to other people playing, but I never team up with anyone, so it kind of feels missing when I don't have it. Your plan now is to go to bed 2 a.m. Dang. Well, thanks for popping in. I'll catch you next time. So have a good one. All right, it looks like we were successful. So we start with the 6 items that we wanted to start with. So now what we're going to need to do is let's level up our crafting. Oh, maybe that's like a wolf howling in the song. So distracted by that. We're going to level up our crafting so we can get to level 2, and we're going to see if we've unlocked a new thing that we can craft. And I think we get crafting XP when we... Wait. Okay, yeah. When we actually craft with this. So that might be enough to get us to level 2. We definitely don't redraw these windows when you level up, so we'll have to close it and reopen it, I think. But we made some bread rope. Sure. Let's make a bandage mask. Sorry for being here so shortly. No worries, man. Time zones are hard. It's all good. So it was just good seeing you. See ya. Good night. All right, made a bandaged mask. All right. We can also make some bandaged socks. Sure. We're just looking to craft some random stuff to get to level 2, but might as well enjoy what we did. Painkiller socks. They'll go well with our healing socks. We can do some scrap leather rope. Oh yeah. All right. Crafting level 2. I don't know what I clicked on, but we got some pain absorbing socks as well. These give us health for healing socks. These give us healing received. Interesting. So if we go back to the loom now, we now have a new thing unlocked. So it works. Last thing to check, I guess, would be making sure that the skills window, crafting, shows all the things. Cool. It even shows like what level we're at and before and after where we're at. All right. So we probably should even show like an item icon for this rather than just defaulting to that. I'm not going to do that on the demo, but that'll come. So most of these skills should have something. Like, we're probably going to add more spells to alchemy later, but we don't have any spells in the game yet. Cooking is probably something that we'll need to do more in depth later. We have one cooking workstation right now, but it's just an oven for like making things hotter. I can definitely see a lot of cooking workstations and things that you can do with them. So we'll probably need to just explore cooking as a whole later. Crafting, we have stuff. Divinity is going to be a more like a... We don't know yet what we're going to do with this skill. We don't necessarily need to do anything yet either. I guess we could even remove it. But it's kind of nice to have more skills like this just for the flavor of when you craft items, they give XP in that skill. I mean, this is an early demo, so we kind of want to show off, like, yeah, there will be more skills. It doesn't like, obviously we want all these skills to be really fleshed out and full, but they don't necessarily need to be full for the demo. We can just say, like, yeah, we're going to do that. Same with herb lore, something bigger, like kind of cooking that we need to work through. Yeah, I guess we don't really have a lot. We have nature, which kind of has some like mechanics locked behind it. We have smithing, which it's apparently really hard to click on. Maybe we go, let's fix that next. That's a pretty big one. We could just reorder them so it's not an issue, but let's see. Can't click on smithing skill. But you learn a lot there. The plan is to have lots of stuff unlocked at every level. Let's see. And yeah, cooking workstation that we have is very very primitive. You cook an apple. You get... Probably want loading icons on most of these too, but that's fine. Baked apple. I wonder, can I cook many things at once? If I just keep clicking, am I going to get a bunch? Yeah, okay. Well, it's a nice way to stress test the server, I guess. Okay, we should probably disable those. Let's say disable workstations when in progress. We can do that. I wonder why they didn't generate with images when I spammed them, though. Let's see here. So I feel like I was doing something and I totally forgot what that was. But did we... Interesting. Oh, the coroutines weren't done yet. What is null here? Oven lookup tables not null. Oven item slot. Get item. I bet nothing in the slot. Yep. Let's just make that a little bit nicer so users aren't literally erroring out. We'll say if oven item slot dot has item contains item. So if there's still an item in the slot when this is done, we'll do that lookup table stuff. If there's an odd-on item, it means the player took the item out while it was in progress, but we can just lock it when it's in progress. And lock item slots retrieval. Easy. Okay, so that's why we're frozen, gotcha. And that's for each of the coroutines we started, which was a lot of them. We'll make some warm pickled herring gloves. And then we'll mark our loom recipes as done. And We have more that we want to do, but I mean, it's getting towards the end of the day. I would like to have some time allotted to run into any like Steam publishing issues. They have a whole system for publishing demos, and we are going to build this game and submit it tonight. So it might be time to wrap up this stream. I do have a friend who is streaming game development. I'd be happy to raid him, double his numbers. And let me link our Steam page one more time in the chat for anybody watching. This is the game that we're building. I'm going to be submitting our demo to Steam tonight, so whenever that is approved, you can go to that link and download the demo, play it yourself, explore the world, craft any items, do whatever you want with NPCs, talk with them, give them items that will destroy them. Lots of fun stuff to do. So yeah, go wishlist that game if you want to be notified when the demo or the game are out. We also have a Discord. Lots of game developers and gamers there. So we're growing, and we'd love to have you there. We'd love to see what you're working on. Yeah. I have been streaming for over 4 hours, I guess. So I think it's about time that I say thanks to everyone and start building for this demo. So yeah, let me raid Sean DeWorst. I think we raided him last time, but he's still working on his game, and I will drop off all of these nice viewers, and I will see you guys next week. The demo should be out by then, so hopefully I'll have been playing it all week and enjoying it with you guys. So yeah,